Chapter 2002, One Last Pure Land. Chapter 2002, One Last Pure Land. It's really you. After confirming Lin Ming's status, the ancient Elysium seal seemed filled with emotion. You've returned. Yes, Senior, Junior has returned. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. In the past, he didn't know just what was sealed beneath the ancient Elysium seal. He only knew that the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal had guarded this land for 3.6 billion years, and that was far too shocking a time. But now he knew that the soul of famine was being sealed and suppressed beneath the ancient Elysium seal, the soul of an extreme true divinity level demon. Now, besides shock, Lin Ming also felt a reverent respect. In the past, Empyrean Divine Seal as well as the ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit had paid far too great a price in order to obtain victory in the Great Calamity. Millimeter, you are all ready. The ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit looked at Lin Ming with some surprise. It had just noticed Lin Ming's cultivation boundary, a half-step Empyrean. To become a half-step Empyrean after 6,500 to 6,600 years, although this was an extremely fast cultivation rate, it didn't shock the artifact spirit too much. After all, it knew that Lin Ming had the magic cube. But when it tried to probe Lin Ming's inner world just now, it discovered something amazing. The artifact spirit was completely unable to understand his inner world, as if everything was encompassed within, possessing a complete set of advanced laws and an extremely terrifying and mysterious power. This youth was not just any ordinary half-step Empyrean. As for his true strength, it was hard for the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit to estimate. It was like a divine dragon was slumbering deep within his body, and as long as he wanted to he could erupt with a strength that would destroy the heavens and sunder the earth. Junior has already learned about many things, and as for the great calamity that Senior mentions, it has already erupted, Lin Ming explained. Deep from the void, a quiet sigh reverberated outwards. Everything is fated. What will come, will eventually come. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit said. Then, the void in front of Lin Ming twisted and pure black runes appeared, slowly gathering into the appearance of an old man's face. This face seemed carved from metal and it was filled with the ice-cold sobriety of reality. The eyes were deep and profound, as if this face had no pupils but black holes instead. Lin Ming knew that this metallic face was the true form of the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. At this time, Lin Ming could feel constant waves of weakness emanating from the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. Compared to 6,000 some years ago, it didn't seem to possess even half of its previous strength. This left Lin Ming puzzled. What has Senior experienced in these years that has used up so much energy? This is all because of famine. The dark eyes of the artifact spirit flashed with a mystical light. Famine has come. I felt it, but it also did. The faint connection that exists between its soul and body as well as its natural instinct caused it to begin stirring once more, almost approaching consciousness. I did everything in my power to suppress it once more, but I ended up using far too much origin energy. Of course, it didn't get off any better. The ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit sounded exhausted. The it that it referred to was naturally Famine's soul. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign came to the divine realm, Famine's soul desired to break out of the seal. The deeply slumbering ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit had awakened and they had engaged in a great battle where both parties had been grievously wounded. But if this were to continue, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit felt that the first one to be unable to last any longer would be itself. I cannot seal it for much longer, at least 4,000 years or at most 10,000 years. The day it breaks the seal is also the day that I perish in dust. At that time, Famine's soul will return to its mortal body and the consequences of that will be inconceivable. Although the artifact spirit was what it was, it had still lived for 3.6 billion years. The ancient Elysium seal was far too old and didn't have much strength remaining. I fear that Famine's soul will not return. Lin Ming suddenly said. Millimeter. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was startled. Senior likely doesn't know, but Famine's flesh and blood has already been subdued by the good fortune Saint Sovereign and made into an avatar. And humanity's great calamity was also all planned by the good fortune saint sovereign. Subdued. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was stunned. It hadn't thought that the ever-powerful famine would manage to be subdued by someone. That's right. This is likely related to a divine tool that the good fortune saint sovereign obtained. The reason Junior came to look for Senior is because of famine's soul. Millimeter. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was dumbfounded. What do you want to do? Junior wants to undo the seal, and from famine's soul, find a method to turn the battle against the good fortune saint sovereign. Lin Ming's words were stunning. For a time, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was left speechless. It looked at Lin Ming with amazement in its eyes. Undo the seal and find a method to turn the battle against the good fortune saint sovereign through famine's soul? Do you understand what you are saying? I know. But I still want to attempt it, Lin Ming firmly said. For this day, he had made far too many preparations. And you understand the consequences of this. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's voice turned grim and serious. If I am defeated, then my soul will be swallowed by famine. Then, famine's soul will also escape. It may choose to return to its body and fight with the good fortune saint sovereign. Although I would like to see both of them harm each other, I have a feeling that the good fortune saint sovereign has already expected this might happen and is even prepared for it. At that time, famine's soul, which has been weakened over 3-6 billion years, will lose and be made into nothing but a gift for the good fortune saint sovereign. Listening to Lin Ming's words, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's complexion turned solemn. It stared deep into Lin Ming's eyes. It was clear that Lin Ming had already considered every aspect of this decision. If one could cultivate to a half-step Empyrean in 6600 to 6700 years while possessing strength that far outstripped other half-step Empyreans, the artifact spirit knew that it was impossible for this youth to randomly make such rash decisions. Otherwise, he would have long since died. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll join with you on this one final bet. The artifact spirit slowly said after an incense stick of time. This seal contained far too much meaning. It was a seal that its master had laid down at the cost of his life, and protecting this seal was the reason for which the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit existed. Now it would personally undo the seal. Of course, if it didn't do so, then once another expanse of years passed, the seal would eventually be shattered from within. If so, then the artifact spirit might as well take this bet. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's face vanished. At the same time, the massive violet sun crystal mountain in front of Lin Ming began to melt away. Within the crystal mountain, a cave opening appeared, allowing Lin Ming to walk in. Lin Ming didn't immediately enter. He composed his breathing and entered an optimal fused martial intent state. Then, he stepped into the tunnel leading inside the crystal mountain. Step after step, Lin Ming's pace was slow and measured. As he walked into the depths of the violet sun crystal mountain, he suddenly saw shimmering writings appear all around him on the crystal walls. Each character was written with strokes as heavy as a mountain range. They emitted an ancient and boundless aura. These were writings from Empyrean Divine Seal. They contained the mysteries of the Divine Seal art as well as concepts of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Just this tunnel alone had tens of thousands of seal characters. If so, then in the massive violet sun crystal mountain, there would be trillions upon trillions of seal characters. Lin Ming could feel that each seal character contained the condensed bravery and heroic spirit of Empyrean Divine Seal. He couldn't help but gently trace his fingers along these seal characters. People were like their words, and from these curved characters, Lin Ming could feel the gallant and epic bearing of Empyrean Divine Seal in the past. After several hours, Lin Ming finally arrived at the center of the Divine Seal array. This place was like a temple. The temple was lit up with brilliant lights, and at the central point of this temple was a great floating bronze seal. This great bronze seal was engraved with numerous images. And on the top of this seal was a great yellow dragon that served as the handle of the seal. This was the ancient Elysium seal's true form. However, what caught Lin Ming's attention was not the ancient Elysium seal, but everything else in the temple. There were skeletons here. These skeletons were arranged around the great array, and there were dozens in total. Their arrangement was like petals of a sunflower, and each skeleton glowed with rainbow-hued lights, opalescent and shining. Although billions of years had passed, they still emitted a dignified and holy aura. Without a doubt, these were skeletons left behind by peerless powerhouses. These remains are. Lin Ming could faintly guess what had occurred. His heart began to fill with awe. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's face suddenly appeared in the air. Its icy cold metallic face revealed sorrow and a trace of disappointment. These are the remains of blood sacrifices that were used to stabilize the divine seal array. Each one was a famed elder of the human race. Lin Ming's mind shook, he was left speechless. The divine seal array used to suppress Famine's soul had to be arranged ahead of time. This array formation itself took 10 years to create, and at the time, Famine was at least an extreme true divinity. With Empyrean divine seal's strength, it was impossible for him to create an array formation powerful enough to completely seal away an extreme true divinity. He could only draw support from the blood sacrifices of human powerhouses. The runes at the core of the array formation were all written in the blood of these famed elders, and as for the array heart of the array formation, that is a sealing black hole, created from the collapsed inner worlds of numerous powerhouses. This is a great sealing array formation that was laid down using the blood and pain of innumerable peerless human powerhouses. The ancient Elysium seal's voice was slow, but the words it spoke left Lin Ming bewildered. He looked at the runes around this great array. And indeed, these runes were a mottled dark red, written using the blood of these human masters that weren't willing to resign themselves to destruction. Lin Ming silently walked to a skeleton. This skeleton was a bit bent, it was clearly left behind by an old man. Lin Ming didn't know who this skeleton had been before either. Neither his name nor history had been recorded. No one knew that this was a heroic soul who had sacrificed himself to resist the great calamity 6 billion years ago, and here he died in obscurity. Lin Ming straightened his clothes and deeply bowed. Then, he moved, walking to each skeleton and bowing to them, feeling the auras that these seniors of humanity left behind. His eyes began to turn wet and he remained silent throughout. It could be imagined that in the past, humanity had run into a similar dead end. And they didn't have the wild universe as an escape route, they could only risk their lives on a final bet. In order to create this sealing array formation, these human powerhouses sacrificed themselves, all in order to capture a result that they would never see. This kind of tragedy left Lin Ming's heart shaking. Lin Ming continued until he bowed to the last skeleton. Then, he saw some words carved into the ground near that skeleton. I am willing to have my 100 million years of life be reincarnated into an enchantment. To suffer 10,000 lives of loneliness, to suffer 10,000 lives of tribulations, to suffer 10,000 lives of hardships, all I wish is to shelter my race and create this last pure land for them. Chapter 2003, Opening the Seal. Chapter 2003, Opening the Seal. Seeing these final words left behind by a powerhouse who had sacrificed himself for this sealing array, Lin Ming felt a deep sadness well up in his heart. This was a feeling that was hard to describe. If Lin Ming were to be returned to 6 billion years ago and forced to face humanity's great calamity, then under these stirring feelings he would also make his final stand here, eyes unblinking as he offered to sacrifice his life. When the survival of a race was on the line, in order to shelter one's family, to shelter one's lover, children, friends, as well as the countless lives of the people, even though one had never had much contact with them except the same blood that flowed through their veins, to exchange one's life just so that everyone could continue on as they did in the past, just what was that price considered? All I wish is to shelter my race, and create this last pure land for them. Lin Ming murmured these words. He felt a great heaviness upon his shoulders. The enchantment in front of him had been forged with the blood and tears of dozens of senior human supreme elders. The reason they did so was in order to suppress the abyssal demon Famine, but now, Lin Ming was about to open the seal and release that demon. If he couldn't overcome it, then that was the same as destroying all the efforts of his human predecessors. If that occurred, Lin Ming wouldn't have any face left. How would he be able to face the countless heroic human souls who sacrificed themselves in the past? Junior, have you thought about this? The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit said from behind Lin Ming, sighing once more. I have. Lin Ming responded, his back to the artifact spirit. He clenched his fists so hard that the void nearly cracked apart. This would be a battle to the end. He took a deep breath and sat down in the center of the temple. The Davik I Dao Palace opened between Lin Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, his eyes sharpened to pinpoints and strange flowery patterns appeared around his pupils. This was the state of the three lives pupils' all existence to void. Under this state, Lin Ming was able to see the black hole hidden in the void within the temple. This black hole swirled, swallowing in all energy, matter, and laws of the world. This was the array heart of the divine seal array. The soul of famine was sealed within this black hole. Lin Ming had once studied the divine seal art before. In addition, Empyrean divine seal had studied the Azura heavenly Tao and had added many things into the divine seal art. Now that Lin Ming saw the divine seal array's array heart, he was able to deduce many things from it. The Davik I Dao Palace and three lives pupils mutually complemented each other. The structure of the array formation was branded in Lin Ming's mind, where it was slowly understood by him. If he wanted to contend with famine's soul that had been suppressed using the divine seal art, he would need to use the divine seal array itself. Several days passed. Then, Lin Ming suddenly stood up from his meditation and started walking towards that revolving array heart. His pupils were bright and vibrant, with tens of thousands of runes shining within as deductions continued to take place. The origin energy within his inner world scattered out from his body, weaving together in the void. In this moment, the essence of the Azura Sutra's array techniques had been deduced to an extreme. In an instant, 33 figures flashed into existence around him. Each figure stepped upon a rune of the great Tao, rich and strong array lines connecting them. These array lines overlapped and combined, forming a new array formation. The moment that this array formation appeared, a primal and chaotic energy shot into the highest heavens, forming a massive yin-yang diagram vortex in the skies. This vortex possessed the powers of yin and yang. Yet this yin and yang wasn't as simple as the yin-yang laws, but consisted of the power of divinity and the power of demons. The moment this array formation vortex appeared, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit was stunned. This strength was. The artifact spirit had constantly struggled against famine's soul for 3.6 billion years, thus it understood the power of demons. Half of the strength Lin Ming used now was the power of demons. This caused the ancient Elysium seal to feel this entire scene unbelievable. The power of demons wasn't something that a human could control. But, it didn't think that Lin Ming had been taken over by an abyssal demon. This was because the power of divinity that Lin Ming exuded was equally extremely pure. If he really was an abyssal in human disguise, then he would have been unable to use this strength. As the two strengths were thrust out by Lin Ming, they coexisted in peace. This was something the artifact spirit couldn't understand at all. In its opinion, this was an absolute impossibility. However, even though the artifact spirit had all these questions rising in its heart, it didn't disturb Lin Ming and only quietly watched on. That profound vortex seemed like an infinite black hole that could obliterate all of existence. It carried with it an all-destroying aura. At the same time, the array formation was faintly similar to the Blue Stone Road within the Azura Road's final trial, continuous and without end, each step containing the suppression of the powerful Azura heavenly Tao laws. Lin Ming's body floated within the center of this array formation. He soared into the skies like a divine king that ruled over all. This junior, just what has he been perceiving these past years? The artifact spirit murmured, its mind quaking. Just 6,500 years ago Lin Ming had been a minor figure it could kill at will, but now he had mastered a strength that shocked even the artifact spirit. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly looked up at the artifact spirit. Senior, let's begin. The artifact spirit grit its teeth and hardened its resolve. Rays of black divine light shot out from its body, slamming into the main form of the ancient Elysium seal. Whoosh! The ancient Elysium seal flew upwards. This was the same as removing the barrier of the divine seal array's array heart. The power behind the array formation burst out like a broken dam. The divine seal array that had been continuously sealing for 3.6 billion years had finally been released. Roar. A horrifying roar spread out from the black hole, and a dreadful demonic aura shrouded down over the world. It was like hell had descended unto the earth. Endless seas of blood soared up and down, and countless massive demonic phantoms howled as they rode the waves of blood. The soul of Famine had emerged. Famine's body was that of an ugly red ball of meat, but its soul was not. This soul had 12 cruel red wings and 1,000 arms. Each arm had a palm with the eye of a crazed demon staring out from it. It was incredibly large. As it unfurled its 12 wings, it could block out the entire temple. Each one of its 1,000 arms was twice Lin Ming's height. Moreover, it was growing even larger. JJ. Famine cackled, its voice like the wailing cries of tormented ghosts. 3.6 billion years. 3.6 billion years. I have finally come out. JJ. Famine spat out. It spoke in the language of the ancient demons, a language similar to the ancient god races. A person who understood the language of the god race would definitely be able to understand it. So it's you, boy, you're the one that released me? I don't know what you are planning to do, but I will take your mortal body and swallow all your blood vitality as thanks for releasing me, JJ. Famine's soul laughed. At the same time, all 1,000 eyes on its arms stared at Lin Ming. These eyes were all terrifying demon eyes, seeming to possess an ability to see through the hearts of others. And, their most terrifying property was that they seemed able to expand a person's negative feelings to the extreme. Be careful, it's the demon domain, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit cautioned from the side. But, this warning also drew the hateful glare of Famine's soul. Famine's soul naturally recognized the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. This was the old geezer that had locked it in here for 3.6 billion years. Such a terrifying sealing and suppression caused pain and agony that couldn't be described in words. Even though Famine was incomparably powerful, this sort of manic-inducing suffering nearly caused its soul to collapse. It had been weakened to the extreme, and all of this was thanks to the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. The hatred it felt towards this artifact spirit could fill up an entire universe. I'll kill this old piece of garbage first. Famine didn't care about Lin Ming. Rather, it attacked the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. The 1,000 hands were like 1,000 spears that pierced towards the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's complexion changed. With a thought, it was already ready to enter the main body of the ancient Elysium seal and prepare for a battle to the death. But at this moment, a cold voice shouted out. Your opponent is me, Wang. The countless Azura heavenly Dao runes beneath Lin Ming's feet began to emit a blinding radiance. The chains of laws were like azure dragons that had woken from slumber. They instantly tied down Famine. Each chain link within this array formation contained the will of the Azura heavenly Dao. It was a transcendent array formation that existed beyond the 33 heavens. This array formation also fused in the essence of the divine seal art. Besides the meaning of sealing, it also contained the meaning of obliteration. Roar. Famine roared out. Ugly blood dragons drilled out from the soul, mercilessly biting down on the array formation chains. 1 trillion runes began to implode, emitting dull booming sounds. The array formation that Lin Ming created was unable to pose a threat to Famine. It was being easily torn apart. Although it was weak, the strength it could emit was beyond terrifying. You think you can restrain me? Just be a good little boy and give me your blood vitality as food. Famine rushed towards Lin Ming. Without a word, Lin Ming rapidly retreated. He raised his hands, forming tens of thousands of seals, his eyes as cold as the 9 nether abyss. Peng! Lin Ming punched his chest and spat out an arrow of blood, fusing it into a new array link. In order to defeat Famine, Lin Ming was willing to pay any price. This was a battle he could not lose. This battle carried with it the hopes of humanity, carried with it the sacrifice of all the human supreme elders of 3.6 billion years ago. Lin Ming's blood essence had been fused with the blood of the Azura Road Master. As it fused into the array formation, It pushed the Azura heavenly Tao laws within the chains to an extreme. The chains began to boil like roiling magma. They turned red hot, emitting bright flames 100 times hotter than a sun. Caught off guard, the blood dragons that famine released were burned to ashes and its soul was burnt again and again. Where it was tied up with chains, massive chunks began to disappear as if someone had carved out portions of its body. Famine's visage violently twisted. It swiveled its head and looked at Lin Ming, its eyes burning with shock and brutality. A half-step Empyrean cultivation, yet you thoroughly understand the Azura heavenly Tao laws. How could your cultivation be so formidable? Famine's face was grim. But then, it cruelly grinned. What I like most is the flesh and blood of human geniuses. Although I don't know what secrets and lucky chances you have on you, none of that is important. Once I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Chapter 2004, Fighting Famine. Chapter 2004, Fighting Famine. Lin Ming's strength had aroused immense interest in famine. With a roar, it began to burn its own source soul force. Hoo! Flames blazed. After famine burned its source soul force, it erupted with dreadful black flames. They burnt through the void, their heat so devastating that the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit couldn't help but retreat. This crazy beast. The artifact spirit grimaced. Famine had been suppressed for 3.6 billion years, and in the last several thousand years, it had engaged the artifact spirit in unending battle. It had already consumed an incalculable amount of its soul force, but now it actually continued to crazily burn away its source soul force. This was undoubtedly creating a giant wound. Crazy. Hihi, I believe that as long as I can swallow you, everything I've lost can be restored. Famine diabolically leered at Lin Ming. Its 1,000 eyes emitted a fierce demonic light. This sort of feeling was like a starving wolf staring at delicious prey. Famine was an evil and cruel demon. It was merciless to other creatures and also merciless to itself. With the chance of escape so close, it was willing to risk everything. At this time, famine attacked. Its 1,000 hands turned into 1,000 pythons that surged towards Lin Ming. Be careful. The artifact spirit shouted out. The giant ancient bronze seal came crashing down like a mountain, smashing into famine. Bang! With a horrifying strike, famine shook. 300 pythons changed directions to collide with the ancient Elysium seal. It had split off a third of its strength to forcefully resist this strike. When famine was suppressed by the divine seal array, it was restricted by the array formation and thus it couldn't compete with the ancient Elysium seal. But now, with the seal broken, it was able to reverse the situation after burning its source soul force. I'll kill you all. Famine roared into the air. Its demonic eyes blazed with a horrendous killing intent. The demon domain expanded once more, covering both Lin Ming and the ancient Elysium seal. 700 pythons recklessly hurtled towards Lin Ming, surrounding his protective Grand Mist space. Peaky Parker. Grand Mist energy was wildly swallowed up by the pythons. Lin Ming was besieged on all sides. Famine cruelly smiled. As it was already sure that Lin Ming would be swallowed up by these 700 pythons and have his spiritual sea torn to pieces, a sudden change occurred. In that moment, a mystical and terrifying black light, one that seemed to carry with it the will of the heavenly Tao, came slashing out like the sword of a divine god. It cut out, splitting apart the heavens and earth. The pythons formed from demon energy became like snow that had molten metal poured onto them, instantly melting away. Puff, puff. Hundreds of pythons were sheared off by this divine light. Black blood gushed out. This black blood was Famine's soul force. Lin Ming's attack caused Famine to cry out in pain again and again. Famine screeched like a cat that had boiling water poured on it. Its sharp and ear-splitting cries shook the air. It dragged its half-remaining body away and tumbled through the air, surging with demonic energy as it protected itself. Its pitch-black eyes stared hatefully at Lin Ming. Or, it was more accurate to say at Lin Ming's hand. At this time, endless black starlight had gathered within Lin Ming's right hand. The space here had twisted, and within this space distortion, a dark grey cube slowly revolved. The cube was simple and plain, covered with strange patterns and wrapped in a shroud of riddles. As Famine saw this cube, it instantly froze. Its pupils flashed with pure disbelief. Suddenly, in its heart that feared neither the heavens nor earth, a chill crept in. The stone of eternal life. That is the stone of eternal life. Why is it in your hand? He could clearly feel the terrifying soul force emitting from the magic cube. The magic cube was the ultimate nemesis of all souls and spiritual strength. And at this time, Famine was nothing but an amalgamation of soul force. Thus, it naturally feared the magic cube. What a pity. I thought I could twist you to pieces with that strike. Lin Ming held the magic cube and slowly approached Famine. The magic cube was Lin Ming's final trump card. From the start, he didn't use it all in order so that Famine would approach him without raising its guard. Then, he would land a fatal strike on Famine. But Lin Ming never thought that Famine would be so powerful. It had actually managed to survive the attack and only suffer heavy wounds. A normal soul would have been instantly sliced to nothing by the magic cube's divine light the moment Lin Ming revealed it. It really was at least an extreme true divinity in the past, or perhaps even an existence approaching the Azura Roadmaster. Even though it was suppressed for 6 billion years, it can remain so powerful. If I can control it, then what would it be like when I face the good fortune Saint Sovereign? As Lin Ming thought this, his eyes turned cold and resolute. At this time, Famine's body began to surge and billow outwards. Traces of pain etched themselves on its face. The wounds that the magic cube cut on its body began to emit a dense demonic fog, and the arms that were severed started to regrow. But at the same time, Famine also became paler in color. It was regenerating its body. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't delay any further. Without speaking, he used the strength he obtained after burning his blood essence and threw out the magic cube. He couldn't give Famine any respite to restore itself. The magic cube shared a connection with Lin Ming. Now, with his current strength, he was able to command it as he pleased. In that moment, a horrifying soul storm of death swept up around the magic cube. The power of this attack was countless times greater than the ancient Elysium Seal's attack. The attack left Famine crazily grasping for breath. It hadn't yet repaired its body, but now it had to face a life or death crisis. However, billions of years ago, Famine had traveled through the universe and ravaged wherever it went. Countless supreme powerhouses had died to its hands, and their supreme blood had cast an indefatigable faith in its soul, one that would never concede. Ho! Famine lit up with black flames once more. It was burning all of its source soul force. Normal martial artists, even Spiritus martial artists that were renowned for their potent soul force, would instantly die as soon as they burned their complete source soul force. But Famine was actually able to resist it. This was simply unbelievable. Even Lin Ming was shocked. Did it want to commit suicide? Be careful, Famine has swallowed the souls of countless powerhouses and refined them into soul essence that was sealed in its body. Now, what it is burning isn't its own source soul force but all the soul essence that it has saved. It wants to go all out against you. The ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit rapidly explained. Lin Ming suddenly realized what was occurring. No wonder it was so difficult for Famine to die, and it still had such strength after being suppressed for 6 billion years. So it had actually swallowed the souls of countless Empyreans, and even true divinities, and had slowly consumed their soul force over the years. In this case, of course it was able to survive. Even within the Divine Seal array it was able to endure the passing of time until the ancient Elysium Seal artifact died of old age, whereupon it could break out of the seal. Suddenly, an eye split open on Famine's head. This eye was formed from flesh and blood, and was similar to the eyes on its palms. But, this eye was completely blood red. This was Famine's 1001th demon eye. The surface of the eye, the billions of black lines that covered it, everything flashed non-stop with a mystical black light. The black light contained runes that seethed up and down like grains of sand in a storm. Although this eye didn't reveal any abnormality, Lin Ming only looked at it once to feel a strong power. Something strange began to emerge in his heart. Beams of black light shot out from that strange eye, containing the condensed rhythm of a mystical Tao. Shua. The black light was faster than lightning. As the demonic attack tore through the void, although it seemed simple, this actually contained the condensed power of a true divinity's soul that famine had swallowed billions of years ago. With a rumbling explosion, the black light collided with the magic cube and caused a massive energy shockwave to sweep outward. The spiritual strength released by the magic cube was reversed backwards and it was sent flying away by the soul force condensed from a true divinity. But famine was no better off. Its body shook and it paled even further. And at this time, famine simply didn't care about its wounds. Its 1001st demon eye had turned completely blood-red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of beams of black light blazed out from famine's body. These were the soul forces of the Empyreans that famine had swallowed billions of years ago. Compared to the soul force of a true divinity, the soul force of an Empyrean wasn't much at all. But with hundreds and thousands of these Empyrean soul forces rushing out, it was still an incomparably terrifying force. These soul forces wrapped the magic cube in layers. Famine had desperately used every card in its hands, even taking heavy wounds all in order to wrest away the magic cube. Although it was impossible for famine to refine the magic cube, it could actually use the force field created from the souls of Empyreans to surround it, making it so that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to control the magic cube for some time. With this, it would win. You're over. You can die, and this stone of eternal life is also mine. Famine roared. The strange eye on its forehead projected a giant shield that blocked out the skies and covered its body. In this final moment, it wouldn't give Lin Ming the chance to use any sneak attacks to turn the tide. Famine's body violently shivered. Fierce dragon tentacles rose up around it, whistling in the air. Hundreds and thousands of crimson spears shot out. Burning hot flames blazed, freezing cold ice crackled, yin and yang distorted the air. The supreme Tao arts of the 33 heavens began to appear in droves. This is the power of the great Tao that it swallowed. The pupils of the ancient Elysium seal's artifact spirit shrank as it warned Lin Ming once more. Famine's most powerful ability was to swallow. And, the Tao arts it used now came from the supreme powerhouses it defeated in the past. When it swallowed the blood essence and divine souls of those powerhouses, it also swallowed the laws they grasped. Now, it used everything at its disposal in an attempt to kill off Lin Ming. This was a terrifying ability, the ability to swallow the strength of others and use it for oneself. Without hesitation, Lin Ming flew backwards. The ancient Elysium seal came crashing down once more. As for the desperate famine, it only used a fifth of its Tao arts to send the ancient Elysium seal flying away. The ancient Elysium seal violently shook, it had clearly reached its limits. But at this time, famine no longer cared about the ancient Elysium seal, its target was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the one controlling the magic cube. It would absolutely not kill the ancient Elysium seal and give Lin Ming the chance to recapture the magic cube during that time. Chapter 2005, Defeating Famine. Chapter 2005, Defeating Famine. Kaka. The great Tao of the 33 heavens controlled by famine shattered the void into pieces. Lin Ming drew back again and again. Facing the onslaught of the 33 heavens great Tao, he had been forced back to the edge of the array formation. However, as famine planned on killing Lin Ming in a single breath, it suddenly heard a ringing sound from behind. The magic cube's spiritual connection with Lin Ming had been temporarily severed after being surrounded by the souls of Empyreans. But now, it suddenly erupted with a vast and boundless soul storm. The power of this soul storm even surpassed the soul storm released by the magic cube when Lin Ming controlled it. Peaky Parker. All around the magic cube, the force field created by the Empyrean souls began to be twisted apart by the soul storm. It was like countless knives chopping down on a painting, slicing it to pieces. What? Famine didn't turn around to look, but still had absolute clarity of what was occurring behind it. The magic cube that should have been temporarily cut off from Lin Ming had suddenly started to go berserk, and was actually attacking famine. How was this possible? Before famine could figure out what was occurring, a red fluctuation of energy appeared around the magic cube. This energy fluctuation condensed into the phantom of a cute, red-clothed little girl. Her cheeks were ruddy and her eyes were bright, the definition of childish innocence. This little girl was Ruby. In terms of strength, she couldn't compare with Linming at all. But it was more accurate to say that she was a condensed form of the laws. It was simply impossible for her to manipulate the energy that existed in the universe. But in the magic cube, Ruby had become a fish in water. This was because she was a being evolved from the magic cube. Although she was not a true artifact spirit, she could be considered a quasi-artifact spirit. She could manipulate the magic cube to a great extent. In terms of control, she was far more skilled than Linming. As Ruby looked towards the fierce and dreadful famine, her large black eyes shined with decisiveness. Without hesitation, Ruby struck out. A vast sea of source soul force burst out from her. Bright red light shined and wrapped around the magic cube. The magic cube shot out like a bolt of lightning. As it flew, divine light rose, becoming brighter. The originally grey light fused with a blood red, becoming blindingly dazzling like a star shining in the skies. Damn it! Famine was incensed. If it continued to attack Linming, then it would be struck from behind by the magic cube. In a situation where it had already shot out all the true divinity and Empyrean soul force within its body, if it were to take such an attack it would definitely die. Famine didn't want to die. All it could do was reverse its strength just before it struck Linming, and transfer 60% of the 33 Heavens Dao arts to roar towards Ruby instead. But at the same time, the rest of the 33 Heavens Dao arts continued to attack Linming. It didn't give up on attacking Linming. This was because it was well aware that if it freely allowed Linming to do what he wanted, then he would join together with that mysterious little girl and it would die even more miserably. It instantly made a decision to split its attacks. In a situation with both parties wounded, this was the best method it could think of to obtain victory. However, at this time, a corner of Linming's lips pulled in a taunting sneer. A sound transmission immediately passed to Famine's mind. A smart decision, but it's only you who thinks it is smart. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Linming swirled his hands. Behind him, a primal chaos diagram appeared. But this primal chaos diagram wasn't composed of the power of yin and yang, but of the power of divinity and the power of demons. As the diagram appeared, the will of a horrifying heavenly Tao recklessly blazed out, welcoming the attacks of Famine's 33 Heavens Dao arts. Bang! A fierce explosion rang out. Linming was sent flying backwards. As for Famine, it was also affected by this energy explosion. Its body violently trembled and blurred. The power of demons. How was this possible? Panic and horror began to dawn in Famine's eyes. It simply couldn't imagine how a human like Linming was able to control the power of demons. Moreover, Linming's strength was far too terrifying. A mere half-step Empyrean was able to withstand its attacks with nothing more than minor wounds. But at this time, an even more horrifying attack arrived. This attack came from behind Famine. It was Ruby's strike. Ruby sat cross-legged behind the magic cube. Her two small hands were pressed together and an endless black hole appeared between her palms. Within this black hole, the magic cube revolved, as if it were capable of swallowing all strengths in the world. Hum. 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 Waves of condensed soul storm essence blasted out in circles, colliding with Famine's demon force field. The demon force field was only able to resist for a blink of an eye before it shattered to pieces. The soul storm swept out. Wherever it went, blood spears would break, glacier would melt, flames would extinguish, shields would erode, everything that Famine displayed, all the supreme arts of the 33 heavens, all of it was crushed like bugs beneath the suppression of the magic cube. Ah! Famine cried out in pain. It had underestimated Linming's strength. Linming's resistance had caused it to suffer a backlash, and now it was unable to face the magic cube's attack. The result had been decided. Catcher. The magic cube's soul storm started to grind away the final force field defense summoned by Famine. The blood dragons behind Famine as well as its 1,000 arms were all annihilated in the terrifying storm, and even the force field started to disintegrate. Famine emitted another heart-wrenching scream. It had already used up all the true divinity and Empyrean soul force it had held in its body. Now, it had to rely on its soul force alone to resist this attack. The magic cube controlled by Ruby was like a butcher's knife cutting down on its body. Each time the soul storm revolved, It recklessly swallowed up Famine's life. If this continued, then it would be utterly obliterated in just several breaths of time. Ruby, slow down. Within that dreadful soul storm, Lin Ming suddenly shouted out. Ruby had always listened to Lin Ming. She immediately reduced the strength she used. In that moment, Famine gained a brief moment of respite to avoid the fate of being turned to ashes. It didn't know why Lin Ming had told Ruby to stay her hand at this moment, but to it, this was undoubtedly a glorious celebration. It could seize this chance to survive. Don't kill me. I am willing to surrender to you. Famine shouted out loud. It had decided that Lin Ming had some plan to use it. If it could make use of Lin Ming's greed, then there would be a chance to swallow Lin Ming and obtain the magic cube. Famine's heart was filled with hope. But Lin Ming didn't answer it at all. He flew up and caught the magic cube. Ruby, help me. Ruby nodded. She placed her two hands atop the magic cube and combined as one with Lin Ming's soul force. Famine looked at Lin Ming with a hint of trepidation. But at the same time, its words were filled with beguiling temptation. Young man, from of any race in the 33 heavens, you are the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. In the future you will absolutely become the ruler of the universe. You have already proven your strength. As long as you let me live, then I am willing to help you. I can be your servant, and if you don't believe me, then you can leave a slave seal within me. I can even sign a contract with you. My strength and experience will bring you unimaginable benefit. With me by your side, no one will be your match. I can even gather a massive number of abyssals to support you. The entire 33 heavens can be yours. Famine passionately spoke. It was confident in its ability to mislead and tempt the hearts of men. It knew how these intelligent life forms were greedy, and it also knew that anyone with ambition would be lured by its words. As for peerless geniuses, which one didn't have ambitions? Otherwise they would have never reached this step. Famine believed it had found the turning point it needed to survive. But it never thought that Lin Ming would completely ignore its words, as if he never heard them. In fact, Lin Ming never even glanced towards its passionate and fervent performance. Lin Ming only helped Ruby position her hands, then he placed his own hands atop hers, wrapping the magic cube with 2 layers. Then he casually said, Ruby, you and I will join forces to erase Famine's spirit mark. But don't injure the main form of its soul. I still have a use for it. These words were a blow to the head. They immediately cracked open Famine's courage. Millimeter. Ruby nodded. Above her red and round cheeks, her large and watery eyes closely stared at Famine as she aimed the magic cube. She was already ready to strike Famine. As for what Lin Ming wanted to do, she didn't ask nor did she care. In short, as long as Lin Ming wanted to erase this ugly monster's spirit mark, she would be more than glad to help. You want to erase my spirit mark? Famine crazily roared. The only remaining demon eye on its forehead nearly cracked open and bled. It finally realized why Lin Ming had released its seal and why he didn't turn it to ash in the final moment. This was because from the very start, this cruel and abnormal human had planned to erase his spirit mark and swallow its soul for his own use. To die only meant turning to ash and fading away. But to have its spirit mark erased meant that it would lose itself. This was a fate worse than death. And after its spirit mark was erased, it would then be swallowed and used as a gift to its enemies to enhance their strength. This was definitely 10 times worse than simply being killed off. Then, Famine suddenly thought of the Stone of Eternal Life. If Lin Ming used the Stone of Eternal Life, there really was a chance he could accomplish all this. You will die like a dog. Famine cursed. But then, Lin Ming finally looked at Famine. His eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. What a pity. If you really did your best and attacked me with all of your 33 heavens Dao arts, then even if I didn't die you would still have been able to heavily wound me, and even injure my source soul force, making it so that I wouldn't be able to recover for at least several hundred years. As for you, although you wouldn't have been able to escape, you would have exploded into nothingness and have saved yourself from a destiny of being enslaved forever, so that I would never have obtained any advantages. But instead, you are now paying a deep price for your actions. You are far too greedy. In a severely wounded state, you still wish to kill me and obtain the magic cube. Your natural character is to swallow, so you are doomed to be greedy, but your greed has doomed you to be made a gift to me." As Lin Ming spoke, the magic cube emitted rays of black light that wrapped around all of Famine's severed arms. And after that, with a thought, Lin Ming caused a beam of black light to puncture Famine's central eye, causing it to lose all sight. By this time, Famine no longer had any ability to resist. Chapter 2006, Imprison. Chapter 2006, Imprison. Ruby was focused. With her two small hands together, she held the magic cube floating in the void. Lin Ming's hands covered hers as he poured his soul force into the magic cube. Before having Ruby's help, he had never felt his own spiritual sea so closely connected to the magic cube. This sort of feeling was like the magic cube was a part of his body and he could control it as he wished. Whoosh! A ray of black light thrust into Famine, drilling through its forehead and hitting its spiritual sea. Ah! Famine cried out in pain and sorrow. The sound was like a person screaming with a throat full of glass, harsh to the extreme. Its body started to rattle and pop, as if something were cracking apart. Lin Ming was cold and resolute. In the final moments he absolutely could not allow Famine any chance to self-implode, otherwise he would lose everything. With a thought, the array lines that wrapped around Famine like burning magma suddenly drilled into its soul form, burning it away, eroding its will. Famine wildly struggled. But all of its strength was in utter chaos and it was unable to gather any. At the same time, its spirit mark was being grinded away and its consciousness became increasingly blurry. It was a being that had existed for billions upon billions of years. It never imagined that it would experience such a scene one day. Even when Empyrean Divine Seal locked away its soul, it had never been so afraid. This was surely the most terrifying way to die. It was no longer able to move its body, nor could it speak any words with its mouth. Even its ability to think was frozen. These short several breaths of time seemed as long as 100 million years, and the pain it experienced during this time seemed far greater than the sum total of pain it had gone through in the last 3.6 billion years. It's over. Lin Ming's tone held no emotion. The magic cube emitted another black ray of light that penetrated into Famine's spiritual sea like an earth-breaking drill. Pang! Famine's spirit mark blew apart at this moment, dissipating to nothingness. In the next moment, the magic cube whipped up a black soul vortex that swallowed Famine's now masterless soul. Done. Lin Ming let out a long breath of air. He had used up a considerable amount of energy in this battle, and it wasn't just from using his source soul force or burning the Azura blood essence, but because the pressure he shouldered from starting this battle. At this time behind Lin Ming, the ancient Elysium Seal artifact spirit that had watched the battle unfold was already left at a loss for words. The artifact spirit had basically played little to no role in the battle. Lin Ming, along with the magic cube and the mysterious little girl, the three of them had joined together to subdue Famine's soul. Moreover, Lin Ming's crazy plan had left the artifact spirit gasping in awe and shock. This junior actually planned on erasing Famine's spirit mark and then absorbing its soul. Junior, you want to absorb Famine's soul? You should know that even if Famine's spirit mark is erased, it will still be immeasurably dangerous for you to swallow it. This is because even if that soul no longer has a master, it still retains its instinct to resist and swallow. What the artifact spirit said was correct. When Lin Ming obtained the magic cube in the past, just absorbing a soul fragment the size of a grain of rice had nearly caused his spiritual sea to fall to illusion. The dangers of swallowing a masterless soul was similarly high. What lay before Lin Ming was the soul of an existence that had once been an extreme true divinity. Although it was severely weakened, it was still the complete soul of Famine. Wanting to swallow it wouldn't be easy at all. Lin Ming said, Junior has no plan to do so for now. Famine has likely lived for around 5 billion years, or even longer. The memories within its soul are too great, and for someone like me with only several thousand years of life to absorb it is the same as an ant wanting to swallow an elephant. For an ant to swallow an elephant, that isn't realistic at all. With the capacity of my spiritual sea, it is impossible for me to absorb so many memories. I only need to imprison Famine's soul and use it as I need. With a masterless soul that had its spirit mark erased, and in addition to the suppression of the magic cube, There shouldn't be any problems with doing this. That is also good. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit let out a sigh of relief. There was a bit more insurance with this. At this time, Lin Ming had already sat down in meditation. He ate some soul recovery pills and used 2 hours to adjust himself back to his peak state. Then, he took out the magic cube and drew out Famine's soul. At this time, Famine's soul had already condensed into a pitch-black sphere of light. Without thinking, Lin Ming plunged this sphere of light between his eyebrows, submerging it in his spiritual sea. Bang! Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, roiling waves immediately rose up. Famine's soul was too strong. It was far more formidable than Lin Ming's soul. At this time, the scene of Lin Ming's spiritual sea trying to accommodate Famine's soul was like a small sea suddenly having a giant planet fall into it. Tsunamis rose up, the entire sea began to tumble. Lin Ming paled. He grabbed the magic cube and also pressed it in between his eyebrows. Ka. In that instant, the massive magic cube came pressing down in the skies above Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Black energy shot out, and as this black energy shrouded down, the raging soul suddenly became a mouse that saw a cat. It immediately calmed down. Famine's soul was just far too formidable. Wanting to refine it would be an arduously difficult process. Lin Ming used his will to form spiritual ropes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These spiritual ropes shot out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea like water snakes. They flowed across the sea, wrapping the massive sphere of light in numerous layers. The spiritual ropes crawled over Famine. Sharp steel needles dug into Famine's soul like knives, penetrating deeper into it. Rope after rope of spiritual strength appeared. More and more chains rose up in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, imprisoning Famine's soul in innumerable layers. As these iron chains tightened and pulled down, Famine's soul finally sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea until it was fully submerged. For a time, an indescribably powerful soul force surged up along the spiritual ropes and into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This feeling numbed Lin Ming's entire body, paralyzing him like he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was absorbing Famine's soul force through these ropes. From afar, they looked like leeches sucking blood. If this continued, then slowly, Famine's soul would be completely absorbed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The capacity and intensity of Lin Ming's spiritual sea would also be enhanced by a terrifying degree. This was just like a sea that suddenly had a planet-sized amount of water thrust into it. The depth and width of this sea would be incomparable to the past. Moreover, doing things this way had another benefit. This was that Lin Ming could preserve Famine's soul to the highest degree. With this, he would have an even greater advantage when he fought with Famine's mortal body later. After completely imprisoning Famine's soul, Lin Ming's eyes opened. At this time, Ruby was also standing behind Lin Ming. Her 2 hands were placed along Lin Ming's temples, helping him control the magic cube in his spiritual sea. The reason Lin Ming was able to smoothly absorb Famine's soul was all thanks to the suppression of the magic cube. And Ruby had played a great role in accomplishing this. Lin Ming saw that Ruby's forehead was already wet with sweat, and her bangs had also pasted themselves onto her face. A warm feeling surged in his heart. "Thank you, Ruby." Lin Ming patted Ruby's head. Ruby shyly smiled. She was happy that she could help Lin Ming in some manner. When Lin Ming just absorbed Famine's soul, not too much time had passed in his spiritual sea. But in reality, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. During this time, the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit had been closely watching over Lin Ming. As the old artifact spirit looked at Lin Ming, it finally understood what others meant when they said the young will surpass the old. Famine's soul had truly been subdued. Who would have imagined that when this youth returned to visit, not only would he help solve a great problem that had been weighing down on the artifact spirit's mind for all this time, but he would also imprison and refine the soul of Famine to use for himself. Lin Ming had used 6,000 some years to grow to such a degree. If he were given another 6,000 years, what would he be like then? The artifact spirit sighed with emotion. Then, it seemed to recall something. Its eyes passed over Lin Ming and looked at Ruby. Feeling the gaze of the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit, The somewhat shy and timid Ruby couldn't help but grab onto the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Such a timid Ruby, it made it hard for others to imagine that she had calmly and coldly controlled the magic cube to severely wound famine. Is she the stone of eternal life's artifact spirit? The ancient Elysium seal asked with incredulity. Existences on the level of the three divine tools already surpassed the universe, and it was difficult for them to form artifact spirits. If they did produce an artifact spirit, then those artifact spirits would be destined to be incredibly powerful existences capable of destroying the heavens and earth. But this little girl was clearly not such an example. Lin Ming held onto Ruby's cold and small hand, hinting for her not to be nervous. He smiled and said, "Senior might believe that, but to be more accurate, Ruby is a special life form condensed from the laws of the magic cube and combined with the will, energy, and blood vitality of a peerless powerhouse, as well as mixed in with all sorts of other information. When Junior first came here, I brought a little girl called Fishy with me, and she was also a similar existence. She could have been a life form condensed from the purple card and related to the Azura Roadmaster." Fishy. Purple card. Azura Roadmaster. The ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit lost itself in thought. So it was that little girl. I remember her. When Empyrean Divine Seal laid down the Divine Seal array, he seemed to have collected a set of something. So, he left the Divine Realm to go to the Azura Road in order to find his own unrivaled lucky chance, and when he returned, he truly did bring a little girl back with him. But by that time, I was already guarding the Divine Seal array. Unfortunately, Empyrean Divine Seal didn't have a chance to develop the inheritance he obtained. When he sealed away Famine's soul, he had to burn away his life. As for me, that was when my mission began. I have been suppressing this seal for 6 billion years since then. Hearing the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit's words, Lin Ming felt a deep awe and respect towards it. To guard this land alone for 6 billion years, just how much loneliness did it have to endure? How many tribulations did it have to cross? It had likely fought with Famine's soul countless times, using up its life as it marched forwards with its mission. It was like a torch that had been lit in ages past, set in an unknown corner where it continued to illuminate the future of the human race. Realizing this, Lin Ming respectfully bowed towards the artifact spirit. The old artifact spirit smiled. "The one bowing should be me. If it weren't for you, I would have been destined to waste away until famine killed me. Now, I have been freed. Although my life is ruined, being able to live for another 100 million years or so shouldn't be a problem. Of course, that's on the premise that I don't die somehow. The life of an artifact spirit was much longer than the life of a human. They were comparable to the temple spirit race." Lin Ming cupped his fists together. "Senior, Junior plans to return to the gathering place of humanity after a little more time, the wild universe. I want to ask, does Senior have any plans?" "Wild universe?" The artifact spirit repeated, surprised. Lin Ming retold the story of humanity's evacuation from the divine realm. The more the artifact spirit heard, the more shocked it was. The last time Lin Ming was here, it had guessed that Lin Ming might be able to save the world because he was in possession of the magic cube. But it had never imagined that over 6,000 years ago, when Lin Ming had only been at the Holy Lord realm, he had been able to have such a terrifying influence on the great war between humanity and the saints. Escaping to the wild universe could be said to only have been possible because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming could truly be called the child of fate. "I'm just an old bag of bones. If I still have any use left, then it's time to show the world I can still burn." As the artifact spirit spoke, Lin Ming smiled with understanding. He knew that the ancient Elysium seal had already decided to go to the wild universe with him and challenge the saint. His journey would begin from here on out. Chapter 2007, Wild Universe Entrance. Chapter 2007, Wild Universe Entrance. In the endless starry skies, a common-seeming spirit ship was slowly shuttling forwards. Within this spirit ship, Lin Ming sat cross-legged in his chambers, slowly fusing with Famine's soul. Although Famine's soul had been subdued, the process of thoroughly digesting it, controlling it, and then using it with proficiency would require a certain amount of time. The advantages that Famine's soul brought Lin Ming were immense. First was the enormous increase to his spiritual sea. After obtaining Famine's soul and traveling through space for 2 months, Lin Ming could feel that his total soul force had increased by 15% already. As for Famine's total soul force, it hadn't reduced by much at all. With this, Lin Ming was able to feel just how powerful Famine's soul had been. It seemed that the demon relic the Azura Road Master had refined and left in this space of the final trial had only the tiniest amount of its essence left over, thus Lin Ming had been able to completely absorb it. If it had been the complete corpse of an abyssal, a being close to Famine in rank, then the essence it left behind might not be fully eaten by Lin Ming even by the time he became an upper Empyrean. However, although Famine's soul force was powerful, it gave Lin Ming many problems. That is, the memories contained within Famine's soul. Famine was a being that had existed for at least 5 billion years. Such a long-lived monster would surely hold an unimaginable trove of information. These were things that possibly involved the Dark Abyss, and even secrets concerning the ancient war of races 10 billion years ago, or even characters such as the Azura Roadmaster or Immortal Sovereign. Naturally, all of this information was extremely valuable to Lin Ming. But what a pity! When Lin Ming tried to sift through Famine's memories to search for this information, the result was that he felt as if his spiritual sea had been smashed by a million Jin wrecking ball, nearly causing his mind to collapse. Lin Ming endured the pain and returned to these memories. The memories within Famine's soul were far too terrifying. They included not just what Famine had experienced in the last several billion years, but also the memories and experiences of the countless powerhouses and supreme elders that it had swallowed down all those years ago and had kept locked in its soul. Searching for the memories he wanted in this mind-boggling amount of information was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. During the process, even Lin Ming's spiritual sea didn't seem able to withstand it. This allowed Lin Ming to understand the differences between humans and abyssals once more. For an abyssal like Famine, whose main body was as large as a star, the things it would withstand weren't things that other intelligent life forms could compare with. In terms of swallowing ability, Famine's talent was at a height that other intelligent life forms could not hope to compete with. But at the same time, comprehending the laws was a talent bestowed upon the intelligent races. It wasn't something the abyssals could compare with. After some time, Lin Ming could only temporarily lay aside the task of indexing this treasure trove of information. He believed that as more time passed and his boundary rose, he would be able to slowly swallow Famine's memories and use them for himself. And at the same time, Lin Ming had unknowingly begun to approach the entrance to the wild universe. A long time ago, Lin Ming had already inquired into this entrance. It was an entrance opened up by the good fortune Saint Sovereign using Famine's body. This entrance had already existed for several hundred years. In other words, the saints had already entered the same wild universe that humans fled into several hundred years ago. But now, unlike over 6,000 years ago, humanity was no longer completely helpless to resist. After such a long time, a true divinity powerhouse had been born unto the human race once more. And humanity also had the Azura decree that was able to pierce through the God-lamenting wall. Using this Azura decree, it would be possible to engage the saints in a prolonged war. It was much easier for humanity to pierce through the God-lamenting wall than it was for the saints to break open a path. All that was required was for several peak Empyreans to use up a little bit of their blood essence. As for the saints, they had to take the convoluted route of using Famine to open up a path through the God-lamenting wall. This period of time was more than enough for humanity to calmly evacuate. Humanity could even send out pioneers to enter a new universe and establish a foothold. Then, they could use massive spirit ships to carry away everything and complete a total transfer to another world. However, this method of dragging out time could not be used infinitely. This was because out of the 33 heavens, only 17 were wild universe. Moreover, not all of these 17 wild universes were suitable for living in. Some of these wild universes possessed endless black holes and spacetime storms, and even great world kings would perish upon entering. It was impossible for these universes to serve as humanity's escape route. After deducting the uninhabitable universe, that meant that there were likely only 7 or 8 universes that humanity could escape to. Moreover, these 7 or 8 universes might not all be linked together. If humanity retreated again and again, they would soon find themselves backed into a universe that they could no longer escape from. At that time, humanity would have to engage the Saints in a frontal war. And the result of that battle wouldn't be a toss-up at all. Humanity would lose. But even if they lost, humanity would go down in a brilliant and savage war. Lin Ming didn't believe that humanity would just sit around and wait for death in these nearly 7,000 years. He knew that they must have cultivated some forces capable of resisting the Saints. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream would have become the leader of humanity in vain. In that last battle, humanity would show the Saints the true depths of their background and the strength of their final determination. Lin Ming believed that Empyrean Divine Dream wouldn't disappoint him. As for the role he himself would play, it would be that of an ally hidden in the shadows. Otherwise, Lin Ming knew that no matter how quickly his strength grew, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the entirety of the Saints by himself. He needed the strength of humanity to coordinate with him. By this time, Lin Ming had already flown out of his spirit ship. With a thought, his spirit ship shrank down before being received into his inner world. Where he stood, he was still far away from the entrance to the wild universe. But even so, Lin Ming could make out the steely guards standing near the entrance. Situated outside the entrance to the wild universe was no longer just fleets of spirit ships, but also giant metal temples. These metal temples were the private transports of peak Empyreans. The smaller ones were several hundred miles in radius and the larger ones could compare to moons. And between these metal temples flew numerous spirit ships and spirit beasts. Teams of martial artists patrolled the starry space, keeping a watertight guard on this area. How will you pass through? Beside Lin Ming, the ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit asked. It had transformed into the form of an old man, one with flesh and blood that seemed completely similar to a real person. After all, this ancient Elysium Seal was personally forged by Empyrean Divine Seal as a peak spirit treasure, and not even most Empyreans would be able to understand any of its mysteries. We're going to mix our way in. As Lin Ming spoke, he stepped toward the entrance of the wild universe. His figure slowly faded as he hid himself in a space distortion. Not even a peak Empyrean would be able to discover his location. But there was something Lin Ming still had to be careful of. This was because the Saints still had 3 true divinities. True divinities were beings that stood at the highest peak of this world. Each true divinity, even the most ordinary of true divinities, was immeasurably deep. If he were to pass by one on his way through the entrance, then that would mean danger. Lin Ming held his breath and quietly waited. When he saw a squad of Saint race spirit ships about to enter the entrance, his form flashed. He chose the most ordinary-looking spirit ship in this squad and then quietly flew towards it. This spirit ship's protective barriers weren't able to stop Lin Ming at all. He dipped in like a drop of water in a lake, and in the next moment he was within the spirit ship's cabins. At this time, a Saint race guard stood in front of Lin Ming, looking at him enter with a bewildered expression on his face. The guard wanted to cry out an alarm, but Lin Ming's figure flashed once more, and with a dull thump, this unlucky Saint martial artist was punched comatose by Lin Ming's fist and thrown into his inner world. With another thought, that unlucky Saint martial artist's clothes instantly reappeared on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's appearance changed again and again until he became completely the same as that Saint race martial artist. Like this, even if a Saint race true divinity were here, they would still be unable to detect the appearance-changed Lin Ming in this boundless sea of Saint race martial artists. Within the spirit ship, Lin Ming smoothly flew towards the entrance of the wild universe. This was a group of Saint spirit ships dispatched towards the battlefield. Lin Ming swept out his divine sense and learned that the captain of this ship was a great world king. If so, then it could be reasoned that the one leading the spirit flagship was an Empyrean. Only when the spirit ship flew through the giant channel carved into the God-lamenting wall was Lin Ming able to profoundly feel just how terrifying the God-lamenting wall was. This God-lamenting wall was over 10 miles thick. In the cross-section that had been swallowed up by famine, chaotic black currents of energy flickered and tumbled. These energy flows burned like black flames, emitting a terrifying aura that could obliterate anything that neared them. We've passed through the God-lamenting wall. Direction, Blue Horn Galaxy, full speed ahead. Within the spirit ship, Lin Ming heard the transmitted orders of the captain. The spirit ship suddenly accelerated. It opened an array formation and began carrying out great void shifts. Lin Ming calmly stayed within his cabin, looking out the porthole at the starry skies that rapidly flew past him. For a time, 10,000 emotions filled his heart. Wild universe, he had finally come. Humanity, this was the race he belonged to. After almost 7,000 years had passed, he was finally able to see to what degree humanity had developed. Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Lin Xiaoge, Mo Eversnow, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe, and even his own child. He would finally be able to reunite with all these people he was familiar with. Lin Ming was like a hunter hiding in shadows, lurking within the spirit ship and waiting for his chance to attack. He knew that the wild universe was vast and the survivors of humanity had hidden themselves all over. He wouldn't be able to find them easily on his own. But, if he followed this Saint Race battleship and used their intelligence network, then the hopes of him finding out where humanity was would be far higher. Chapter 2008, Spear. Chapter 2008, Spear. Within the divine realm, soul world, or universes that the saints resided in, one could often see giant mainlands floating in the vast nothingness of space. These mainlands weren't like bare wooden planks, but were surrounded by layers upon layers of infinite nebulous space. From the outside, they often had the shape of ellipsoid domes, like unbelievably large eggs. As for the nebulas surrounding these central mainlands, there were innumerable planets that dwelled within, most of them even larger than the Skyspill planet. From this, it could be seen just how vast the area of these mainlands was. The divine realm's 3,000 great worlds each had at least one such central mainland. And, without a doubt, each one of these central mainlands was the liveliest place of the entire great world. For instance, Immemorial Imperial City was situated in the central mainland of the true martial great world. But in the wild universe, one rarely saw such vast central mainlands. Instead, what replaced them were galaxies. These galaxies were giant beyond compare. Their arms were rivers of stars that extended for quintillions of miles. Within these galaxies, there were millions and billions and trillions of planets. The breadth of space they occupied was beyond description. According to the information gathered by the saints, the galaxies in the wild universe were originally the central mainlands of this universe. But, billions of years ago these central mainlands were destroyed by some exceedingly dreadful strength and had completely imploded. The fragments of these mainlands had drifted away, spreading out far and wide, but remained revolving and spinning around each other through the strange interaction of gravity and other mystical forces, thus forming these galaxies. And at this time, the Blue Horn Galaxy that the Saint martial artists headed towards was one such galaxy. Within his inner world, Lin Ming had hypnotized the unlucky Saint Race martial artist to obtain all this information. Upon learning it, even he was shocked. If the information gathered by the saints was true, then just who was it that destroyed the central mainlands of the wild universe? Such a giant land that was countless trillions of times larger than Skyspill planet was actually destroyed like this. This level of destruction surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. Let alone an extreme true divinity, would even the Azura Roadmaster have such capabilities? Lin Ming couldn't confirm whether or not the Azura Roadmaster could really achieve something like this. But, Lin Ming intuitively felt that the destruction of these mainlands involved the great calamity that occurred 10 billion years ago. In the past, the intelligent races lived throughout the 33 universes, and each universe had its own brilliant and glorious martial arts civilization. However, after that one great war, the intelligent races only occupied 16 universes. As for the other half of the universes, they had become wildernesses. Was the reason the population fell so drastically in the past related to the destruction of these central mainlands? If so, if one had to compare the war between humanity and the saints to what occurred in the past, then it simply wasn't anything at all. After all, the saints would be unable to exterminate an entire race in such a short period of time. The great calamity of 10 billion years past, Lin Ming mumbled. It was only after those events that humans, saints, and spiriters had been able to develop. Just who was it that was able to serve as opponents to the all-powerful god race of 10 billion years ago? Could it have been the abyssal demons? And just what sort of world was the dark abyss that the abyssals resided in? What secrets were held within? Lin Ming didn't know these matters, and neither did the ancient Elysium seal artifact spirit. Perhaps only the two old men that guarded the final trial would know. But when Lin Ming asked them before, their reply was that he would find out the truth when he was able to control his own destiny and become a player instead of a chess piece. Otherwise, it was likely he would draw some disaster onto himself if he were to know these secrets. By this time, Lin Ming had gone with the forces of the saints and long since departed the entrance to the wild universe. The ships leapt towards Blue Horn Galaxy, again and again. According to gathered intelligence, humanity had an influence that was hidden within Blue Horn Galaxy. When the wild universe's central mainlands were destroyed, it had caused terrifying space storms and eruptions that swept out for quintillions of miles, forming a chaotic space where these dangers still existed. There were distortion force fields, black holes, wormholes, and all other confusing space environments. To hide in this galaxy would be far too easy. It was exceedingly difficult for a martial artist's sense to penetrate into these spaces. Even a true divinity powerhouse would have to spend an inordinate amount of time and energy to search these galaxies. And there were far too many galaxies within the wild universe. It was impossible for the true divinities of the saint race to search all these galaxies one by one, thus humanity was given more time to breathe and recuperate. When this fleet of ships reached the midpoint of the wild universe's entrance and the Blue Horn Galaxy, Lin Ming stood up and walked outside the spirit ship. Several days ago, Lin Ming had obtained information from the mouth of that unlucky saint race martial artist. But this information was far from satisfactory. He needed more detailed intelligence so that he could better determine the location of Xiao Moxian, Divine Dream, and the others. As for an exact position, Lin Ming didn't have any hopes of finding out. If Xiao Moxian and Divine Dream were really discovered by the saints, then it was possible that the good fortune Saint Sovereign would personally arrive. And to obtain this information, there was a shortcut, that was to grab hold of someone even stronger. Outside, Lin Ming's divine sense instantly spread outwards, covering the entire fleet. One day later, after another spatial great void shift, a skinny old man was sitting in a chair within a chamber in the fleet's flagship, staring at a pile of scarlet flesh and blood, his eyes in a daze. This chamber resembled the workshop of an alchemist. There was a large pill furnace, as well as tables that were covered with pill bottles and other precious medicinal herbs. At a corner of one of these tables, there was a medicinal cauldron that was still boiling and emitting green bubbles. The medicinal soup inside seemed as if it would boil over due to the heat. But the old man didn't care about any of this at all. Rather, he stared at the pile of red flesh and blood in front of him. But as these black flames swirled about and started to take the shape of a growling dragon, a black spear suddenly pierced through that flame dragon. Pang! Black flames burst apart. The skinny old man's protective astral essence exploded like glass. With utter disbelief in his eyes, the spear had pierced his heart. With a twist of the spear, the skinny old man's body shook. All of his meridians were shattered by an overbearingly tyrannical strength. The skinny old man vomited a mouthful of blood. But the youth didn't say a word. Instead, the youth formed seals with his fingers, shooting out mysterious Azura law runes that bound the skinny old man in layers upon layers, sealing away all the energy in his body. This youth was Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the skinny old man with no trace of mercy in his eyes. The skinny old man's meridians had been wasted and his heart had been pierced. With the energy being locked within, the old man was now nothing more than a walking bag of ruined meat. But, because he was a Saint Empyrean that had tempered his body, he would still be able to maintain a few years of life in this state. Lin Ming didn't kill him because he had other uses for the old man in mind. The skinny old man could no longer speak. His eyes were blood red, so wide that they nearly popped out of his head. He looked at Lin Ming with hatred. But at the same time, he was also dumbfounded. Who was this youth and just why was his strength so great? Was he the human race's Emperor Sokia? Chapter 2009, Controlling Famine's Flesh and Blood. Chapter 2009, Controlling Famine's Flesh and Blood. In the last several thousand years, subduing this skinny old man was the first time Lin Ming had attacked a Saint Empyrean. Imperceptibly and unconsciously, his strength had already become strong to this degree. Beneath his hands, ordinary Empyreans had no strength to resist. But at this time, Lin Ming didn't care about the skinny old man at all. All of his attention was centered on the mass of Famine's flesh and blood. Seeing the wriggling piece of flesh, Lin Ming frowned. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was already passing out Famine's flesh for Empyreans to use. Then how many world kings and holy lords had taken the flesh of Famine? Through the flesh and blood of Famine, more and more powerhouses would become loyal servants of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Thinking of this, Lin Ming glanced at the mass of Famine's flesh once more. Then, a light lit up in his mind and he seemed to realize something. His thoughts sunk into his spiritual sea. There, he contacted Famine's soul that was within him. He reached out a hand and the flesh of Famine began to slowly wriggle about as it floated towards Lin Ming's hands. This wasn't Lin Ming pulling something through space towards him. Rather, the flesh of Famine was approaching him on its own initiative. The flesh of Famine floated in front of Lin Ming where it flew above his palm. He could feel that this flesh of Famine in his hands was unusual. In a way, it was concentrated essence similar to the demon relic. It was likely something prepared especially for Empyreans by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Although it was a small amount, the total quantity of energy inherent within it was uncommon. Lin Ming could clearly feel the sealed soul of Famine linking together with this mass of flesh through his spiritual strength. The flesh of Famine possessed a terrifying ability within this world, the ability to swallow all and turn what it swallowed into its own energy to nourish itself. Once Famine's flesh and blood fused with the mortal body of a martial artist, that fused martial artist would also gain such an ability. In other words, they would gain the ability to absorb the strength of others to become stronger. In addition, fusing with the flesh of Famine gave a martial artist the ability to undergo another body metamorphosis. Lin Ming had seen this type of body metamorphosis in the final trial before. Back then, Holy Lord level martial artists had activated the power of Famine's bloodline to undergo a body metamorphosis, and for a short period of time they were able to increase their strength several times over, thus completely overwhelming all other martial artists of the same level. In the world of martial artists, in order to grow strong, climb higher, and live longer, there were innumerable people willing to commit unspeakable deeds. For instance, this skinny old man was unable to deny himself the temptation of living for several tens of millions more years. The good fortune Saint Sovereign knew this. He had grasped this truth, and if this were to continue then he would eventually become the absolute ruler of the world through Famine, and only the heavens knew what benefits the good fortune Saint Sovereign would receive after controlling everything. Would he be able to reverse the flow of energy through the flesh of Famine and instead suck out all the life essence of martial artists that were controlled by him? Would he be able to finally break past the boundaries of true divinity and become an existence that stood equal to the Azura Roadmaster? Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Although these speculations might not be accurate, he still had a deep understanding into just how dreadful the good fortune Saint Sovereign's ambitions were. Invading humanity might just be the first move of his chess game. In this great calamity, the Saint Sovereign and Soul Emperor were two old hidden monsters that were slowly revealing their fangs. They began to carry out their respective plans that they had plotted for hundreds of millions of years. They both believed they were players in the great game. And now, Lin Ming could vaguely begin to make out the good fortune Saint Sovereign's chess game. Still, he was completely clueless as to what endgame the Soul Emperor was trying to play towards. Every individual wanted to control the great chessboard of the world. Lin Ming was naturally included amongst these people. He was waiting for the time that the two old men guarding the final trial had spoken of, the time when he could transform from a chess piece to a chess player. At this time, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the other side of the door. A group of Holy Lord Realm Guards rushed in. Lin Ming's brief battle against the skinny old man had caused a large commotion and even the entire chamber had been ruined. "You are done for, killing me and destroying this spirit ship. You will be unable to escape. The saints will chase you down to the ends of the world and turn your bones to ashes." The skinny old man wheezed as he tried to breathe. He could no longer open his mouth, but he was still able to pass sound transmissions to Lin Ming. Lin Ming faintly glanced at the skinny old man. At this time, a shout cried out through the door. "Lord Timebright, what happened?" Over a dozen guards rushed towards the chamber entrance. Even the inner gates of the alchemist chamber had been burned down to molten slag and the array formations had been ruined. Thus, they flushed in without any obstructions. However, as they saw the scene within the alchemy chamber, they were stunned. "Just what are you all panicked about?" A hoarse grinding voice spilled out, one thick with cruelty and ferocity and even a hint of anger. A skinny old man wearing a dark green robe was clearly standing in good shape in the center of the chamber. This was Grandmaster Timebright and his complexion was particularly gloomy. Everything around him was wreckage. One could see ruined ashes and equipment all around and the guards could even make out the pieces of destroyed medicinal concoctions. "All of you screw off," the skinny old man roared out. The Holy Lord powerhouses inwardly cursed and immediately fell silent. Then, under the leadership of the guard captain, they all rapidly retreated. Lord Timebright is becoming increasingly eccentric. After leaving the area, the guards spoke to each other in quiet sound transmissions. His life is reaching its end, so his character has started to warp. Many old people are like this. He must have been trying to refine some type of life-extending pill just then but failed in the end. Stop talking. If Lord Timebright knows that we are talking about him behind his back, then all of us will die. Several guards hushed each other. They hid away somewhere else, no longer daring to come to this chamber. By this time, Lin Ming had laid down an array formation and blocked out the chamber. He entered the space of the magic cube. In front of him was Grandmaster Timebright, on the verge of death with only a single breath left in his body. But at this time, Lin Ming had completely transformed into an appearance similar to Grandmaster Timebright. His face, clothes, aura, everything was exactly the same. You, the skinny old man was flustered. It was like he had bumped into a ghost. Even for him, it was impossible to tell the difference between himself and this fake copy in front of him. Lin Ming took the flesh of famine and slowly trod towards Timebright, one step at a time. Then, beneath Timebright's panic-stricken eyes, Lin Ming took the flesh of famine and forced it through his broken chest, right next to his heart. As the flesh of famine soaked itself in Timebright's blood, it was like a leech that scented blood and began to drill its way into Timebright's body. What are you doing?" Timebright paled. However, famine's flesh didn't swallow Timebright. It seemed that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already left behind orders in a spirit mark. When famine's flesh drilled into Timebright's body, it scattered into numerous threads which drilled into every inch of him. The flesh of famine brought with it an overwhelming power of blood vitality. Timebright could feel his life force gradually being restored. His strength also slowly returned. Pa. All around Timebright's body, the runes Lin Ming cast out also started to vanish. In this instant, Timebright regained his freedom. Timebright was shocked. This youth was actually letting him go. Or, could it be that this youth thought that he wasn't a match at all and could be easily pinched to death, thus he had been released from his rune prison? In that moment, a crazy thought instantly flashed through Timebright's mind. That was, to undergo body metamorphosis and kill this youth. He knew that after fusing with the flesh of famine, he would gain a body metamorphosis ability. Although he had never used this ability before, he instinctively sensed how to do so after fusing with famine's flesh. With just a single thought, he could activate the savage power of famine's flesh within him. But as Timebright thought of activating the body metamorphosis, he suddenly cried out in pain and agony racked his body. With light popping sounds, countless bloody threads drilled out from Timebright's body, as if his entire body were pierced through with steel wires. These blood-red threads were the flesh of famine that had fused into Timebright. Timebright's body exploded into a mist of blood fog. Even his eyeballs blew open. He had died miserably. When famine's flesh fused into Timebright's body, Lin Ming was still able to control it. This was because when Lin Ming fused the flesh of famine into Timebright's body, he had left behind his own spirit mark. This spirit mark carefully avoided the good fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark. In this way, while the good fortune Saint Sovereign Spirit Mark hadn't been activated and was in a state of slumber, then Lin Ming would have complete command of Famine's flesh. And the command that Lin Ming had given Famine's flesh just now was to scatter outwards in all directions and kill Timebright. He was successful. With this, Lin Ming was overjoyed. However, if the spirit mark he left behind in Famine's flesh simultaneously activated along with the good fortune Saint Sovereign Spirit Mark, then just who would Famine's flesh listen to? Lin Ming didn't know, but he was looking forwards to this moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't test out what would happen. He could not allow the good fortune Saint Sovereign to discover that there was someone who was able to control Famine's flesh and blood just like he could. Then, Lin Ming's palm opened up. A spinning black cube flew out and absorbed the skinny old man's soul source, completely wiping away the soul's spirit mark and turning it into pure memories. Lin Ming drew the skinny old man's ownerless soul into his spiritual sea and began to read through the memories. The skinny old man's cultivation methods, laws, comprehensions, and alchemy techniques were all things that Lin Ming didn't care about at all. He tossed all of this aside. What he cared about was any information the saints had on humanity. Humanity's distribution of forces, present situation, comparison of strength, positions of the saint true divinities. But just as he started reading through the information, Lin Ming felt a cold sweat drip down his back. This was, famine was already approaching its peak strength from the past. And after carving open a channel into another universe, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had entered a period of long seclusion where no one was allowed to disturb him. He was preparing to use famine to swallow one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. This law was the essence gathering system that humanity excelled in. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wished to use famine to bring down humanity's essence gathering system. Chapter 2010, Blue Horn Galaxy. Chapter 2010, Blue Horn Galaxy. The 33 heavenly Taos. Within them, 2 of the great Taos were suitable for humanity to train in. First was the body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Second was the essence gathering system's 9 divine shifts. 6 billion years ago, famine swallowed humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace, an event equal to severing one of humanity's arms. And this time, famine would swallow the 9 divine shifts, humanity's essence gathering system. This was the same as sentencing humanity to death. If famine were to swallow humanity's essence gathering system, then would the human martial artists who controlled the power of it lose their strength? Lin Ming recalled the time he broke into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In Bai Chi's tomb he had been blocked by a Tao diagram of the heavenly Tao. It was only after crushing through this heavenly Tao diagram that he was able to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Moreover, he was able to freely use the 9 stars of the Tao Palace up to the present. This meant that the 33 heavenly Taos could never truly vanish. Rather, for some unknown reason, they were sealed away. If famine swallowed humanity's essence gathering system, then the likely result was that the human martial artists who had cultivated the essence gathering system wouldn't have any change to their original strength. But for martial artists that had yet to reach that point, they would suffer arduous difficulties one after another during their future cultivation. When they tried to make a breakthrough, they would likely encounter the same heavenly Tao diagram that had hindered Lin Ming. At the same time, if other masters wanted to take a step further, for instance if Emperor Sokia wished to break into the realm of true divinity or if Lin Ming wanted to break into the Empyrean realm, it might be even more difficult. This sort of feeling was as if famine was swallowing the causal relationship, the karmic ties that bound humanity together with the 33 heavenly Taos. This was the same as swallowing the great destiny of an entire race. Then, humanity would be abandoned by the heavenly Tao. After realizing this, Lin Ming's mind shook. Since the beginning of time, there had been no race that could stand atop the river of history for eternity. They would decline for all sorts of reasons. For instance, the primal god race or the celestial race, they were slowly declining due to their inability to reproduce. Many primal god race powerhouses would have hundreds or even thousands of wives, yet, they never managed to leave behind a single descendant. Like this, they could only look helplessly on as the primal god race declined in number until they finally withered away to nothing. If so, Then was it possible that there was some abyssal similar to famine that had swallowed or reversed the destinies of the primal god race and celestial race? So that these races which once stood at the peak of the era 10 billion years ago slowly lost their ability to reproduce until they finally perished? Lin Ming felt more and more that this was a likely possibility. This abyssal likely feared the primal god race and wished to erase the entire race from existence. And humanity seemed to be stepping onto the same road that the primal god race traversed in the past. If the two roads of the essence gathering system's 9 divine shifts and the body transformation system's 9 stars of the Tao Palace were to be suffocated and sealed away, then all that remained for humanity would be their prodigious ability to reproduce. But if so, how would they be any different from common farm animals? If the good fortune Saint Sovereign were to succeed, then humanity would be frozen where they were, forever unable to raise their heads high. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign would also be able to rid himself of all future troubles. Lin Ming felt increasingly pressed for time. However, the only thing worth rejoicing for from this matter was that swallowing the 33 heavenly Taos would require an immense amount of famine's strength as well as a considerable period of time. During this period of time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would need to go into seclusion. This was also Lin Ming's chance. Without the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the saints were like a tiger without its fangs. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he continued to sift through Timebright's memories. Soon, he found a great deal of additional valuable information. This was information concerning famine. During these past years, famine had swallowed an uncountable amount of resources and had already grown itself its own giant avatar. This avatar was now under the control of the good fortune Saint Sun. Meanwhile, famine had bred a great deal of flesh and blood essence similar to the demon relic. This flesh and blood essence was divvied off to some holy lords and world kings. After swallowing it, they would gain the ability to undergo a new body metamorphosis, thus establishing the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine naturally followed the orders of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But with the good fortune Saint Sovereign in seclusion, the Legion of Famine was now under the command of the 5 Saint Generals. Lin Ming had once heard the names of the 5 Saint Generals during the second time he joined the Azura Road's final trial. At the time, they were called the 4 Saint Marvels. They were the good fortune Saint Sun of the good fortune Saint Palace, Soaring Feather God King's disciple Fairy Blue Lotus of Soaring Feather God Mountain, as well as Astral Vault God King's 2 great direct disciples, High Sun and Dark Moon. But in truth, High Sun and Dark Moon had ordinary level of talents. In the past they were able to rely on their superiority of age and rise into the Empyrean realm a step earlier, thus standing on par with the good fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus. Now, the good fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus had both stepped into the Empyrean realm. High Sun and Dark Moon were placed in a precarious position. However, before they could sit steady in their positions as 3rd and 4th ranked amongst the 5 Saint Generals, their positions became shaky once more. The youth that was originally ranked in 5th place was already starting to catch up. He was Imperial Prince Shishan, who was in the limelight at the good fortune Saint Palace. This Imperial Prince Shishan even seemed to have talent beyond that of the good fortune Saint Sun. His cultivation was at the half-step Empyrean realm, but in terms of combat strength, he could already defeat many Saint Empyreans of the older generation. Of the 5 Saint Generals, the good fortune Saint Sun and Fairy Blue Lotus served as the leads, and as a group, they each neared the strongest force within the Saint race. They were the great enemies of humanity, and through these years countless human martial artists had died beneath their hands. While there was much bad news, there was also some good news worth being thankful for. That was that news concerning Xiao Moxian, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others was all completely unknown to Timebright. This also meant that they were alive but their hidden locations were still unknown. In order to find the position of the human enclaves, the saints had already started to train their own spies. These spies mainly came from the human captives. Even when a race was nearing the point of extinction, not everyone would be willing to sacrifice their own life for their race. Beneath torture and the threat of death, there would always be some people willing to betray their race, signing a contract and becoming a spy. In addition, there were also some humans that were forcefully controlled by the saints, confused with illusions, or even had slave seals planted in their bodies. These people were sent to the wild universe in droves where they were used to seek out the location of the humans. Using this method, the Saints had already completely annihilated several human bases. This information all crossed through Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming now had an extremely detailed grasp of the situation between the Saints and humans. At this time, the fleet arrived at the Blue Horn Galaxy. Lin Ming looked outside the porthole and gazed upon the giant blue galaxy that swirled before him. The stars hidden in the ethereal nebula numbered in the billions and trillions. The Blue Horn Galaxy seemed beautiful, but hidden within it were countless chaotic spaces, black holes, wormholes, space-time storms, and all sorts other dangers. In truth, this was the skeleton of a great world's central mainland, and Lin Ming also intended to fill this graveyard with some more skeletons. He had already formulated a plan to fight the Saints. This plan was a bit crazy and was bound to set off a massive storm. Before the Saints could react, he had to strike with all he had. Chapter 2011, Xiao Moxian of 6,000 Years Later. Chapter 2011, Xiao Moxian of 6,000 Years Later. Within the wild universe was a massive galaxy named the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy was incredibly complex. It was filled with endless distortion force fields, space-time storms, space cracks, as well as fundamentally invisible black holes that could annihilate an Empyrean if they were to fall into one. Two influences of human elites had gathered in the depths of this titanic galaxy. Several hundred years ago, when the Saints broke open the great gates into the wild universe, humanity had already split up and hidden themselves in different locations. With humanity's understanding of the wild universe as well as the cover of the various galaxies, they were able to skirt around the Saints. But slowly, there would always be some human influences that were discovered. This was because human influences were simply far too large. The populations of these influences often reached into the quadrillions and quintillions, and the star territories they occupied had dozens and hundreds of planets. Originally, a great number of humans had fled to the wild universe. Then, the leaders of humanity also adopted population-related policies that encouraged having more children. Like this, through several hundred generations, the population of humans in the wild universe exploded. This massive population base also involved countless heavenly palaces, spirit ships, sects, as well as a gargantuan number of low-level martial artists. To have this giant force engage in guerrilla warfare was easier said than done. Although those that evacuated to the wild universe were all elites of humanity, after over 6,000 years of reproduction passed, there would always be some human descendants whose talent wasn't particularly high. Although they would be capable of cultivating to the revolving core realm or life destruction realm, when it came to the great clashing waves of two races warring against each other, and in this wild universe that was filled with unspeakable dangers, they weren't any different from mortals. In truth, these types of people were the overwhelming majority of humans that lived in the wild universe. Thus, once a planet that had all its elites withdrawn was discovered by the Saints, what occurred next would be brutal plundering and massacre. The survivors of the carnage would become slaves that were reared in pens by the Saints. They would become cannon fodder used to further expand their control of the wild universe in the future. Since the wild universe was already open to them, the Saints had decided to simply eat this piece of fat meat and make it their territory. Like this, after another 100 million years passed, this wild universe would become the Saint race's ninth universe. If they managed to also wrest away the Azura decree that was in the hands of Divine Dream, then they would also be able to easily open more paths into new universes and establish roots and bases in those new lands. The Saints would be able to lay down seeds throughout the 33 heavens until they finally became the number one race in existence. There was a celestial palace of white jade floating amidst an asteroid belt within the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. A woman in black war armor stared out a window of this celestial palace, looking at a peaceful blue planet deep in the starry space. She gently sighed. Her ink-black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, brushing against her icy cold armor. She gently touched the window. From the surface of the crystalline window glass, her vague figure was reflected back. Although she was beautiful to behold, she seemed thin and haggard. She was Lin Ming's wife, Xiao Moxian. And as she looked out the window and gazed upon that deep blue planet far off in space, What she was looking at was New planet, a planet filled with her subjects. Xiao Moxian now had subjects of her own. 900 years ago, Xiao Moxian broke into the Empyrean realm. From the human younger generation, besides Frost Dream, she was the first one to step into the Empyrean realm. To become an Empyrean meant that Xiao Moxian could no longer follow behind the elders and be a youth that was protected. Now, she shouldered the heavy mantle of duty and was responsible for her own vital tasks. In the wild universe, every enclave of humanity needed an Empyrean to assume personal command. This was because wherever humans had gathered there was also the chance that an ancient Empyrean-level vicious beast would come to raise and devour the cities. Without an Empyrean standing on guard, the consequences would be unimaginable. The day Xiao Moxian broke into the Empyrean realm, she had accepted the mission of protecting a land that had been developed by humanity. At the same time, she also gained her own subjects. Because Xiao Moxian hadn't been an Empyrean for too long, her territory consisted of a mere single planet, New planet. This planet was named by Xiao Moxian. Everyone who first gathered at New planet had voluntarily come from other human enclaves. They were the first group of residents who decided to inhabit this wasteland and develop the planet. They sowed the seeds of humanity. Through their hard work and constant construction, New planet slowly became more and more prosperous. Xiao Moxian knew the reason these people followed her and came here was because of their trust in her. So, she also needed to be responsible for her own subject. She told herself she would use her two hands to protect her people and allow them to enjoy good and happy lives. Husbands and wives would give birth to many children, increasing the population with every generation. Until slowly, the surrounding star territory also started to become developed and the inhabited lands became increasingly large, allowing humanity to bloom all throughout the wild universe. However, a mere 200 years after New planet was established, the saints had come. A heavy and gloomy pressure suddenly pushed down on Xiao Moxian's delicate shoulders. As the overlord of this planet, she had to protect her subjects from the chaos of war. They had come here because they had trusted her. How could she toss them away and flee by herself? The war between the humans of the wild universe and the saints had already gone on for hundreds of years. Because the wild universe was far too vast and the inner workings of the galaxies were too complex and dangerous, as well the fact that some humans had already moved into another wild universe using the Azura decree, the battlefield was just far too wide a stage. Searching for anyone was extremely burdensome, thus the advance of the saints was forced to slow down precipitously. But no matter how slow the saints were, they still only took several hundred years to find this place. The Hidden Dragon Galaxy now faced its own great war. Xiao Moxian and the lives of the hundreds of billions of people that followed her and were shouldered by her, now stood against the army of the saints. Currently, Xiao Moxian's only advantage was that New planet was hidden extremely well and was covered in violent space flows and concealing array formations. It would be difficult for the legions of the saints to find this place. However, no matter how well hidden this planet, all mysteries were eventually grinded away by the saints through the use of time. 10 years ago, a saint race legion had sailed into a star domain near New planet. Xiao Moxian made a decisive choice. She took the initiative to lead the disciples of her demon fairy celestial palace to a place far away from New planet. Then, she purposefully revealed some flaws to the armies of the saints, allowing them to discover her before she escaped and led them away. Like this, Xiao Moxian was able to forcefully lead away the legions of the saints that had arrived at her doorstep. The saint legions that chased after Xiao Moxian weren't easy to deal with. They had 2 Middle Empyreans in their ranks and they were also skilled in tracking techniques. Xiao Moxian, with her vast number of disciples as well as her fleet of spirit ships, was ultimately unable to rid herself of this tracking. So, after bringing the fleet of the saints to a desolate part of space that was quintillions of miles away and leaving the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, her forces suddenly turned around and engaged the saints in a life-or-death battle. This battle had been cruel and tragic. The 2 saint race Empyreans were completely killed off and their fleets were almost completely annihilated, but her demon fairy celestial palace also paid a deep price. Those brave warriors of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace who died in that battle were Xiao Moxian's most loyal followers who had served her before New Ming Planet was even established. However, they died in the battlefield of the starry skies, their ashes forever interred in space. Regarding this, Xiao Moxian grieved in her sorrow. Without experiencing war, it was impossible to understand the feeling of only being able to stare helplessly on as one's comrades died all around them. But, even though Xiao Moxian's heart was pained, she quickly stood up and brushed herself off. This was because she knew that her followers all hoped to see a stronger her. So, she would carry their dying wishes upon her shoulders and continue leading the battle to protect New Ming Planet. However, good fortune never came in pairs and misfortune never came alone. After these saint legions were destroyed by Xiao Moxian, an even stronger enemy approached. The one to come this time was the good fortune Saint Sun and the Legion of Famine. During her battle with the two Middle Empyreans, Xiao Moxian had already disguised her appearance and she had even killed off her two opponents. Finally, she cleaned out the battlefield. Xiao Moxian thought that her own identity hadn't been leaked, but the arrival of the good fortune Saint Sun meant that her whereabouts had likely been made known to him. Some matters were impossible to explain. Xiao Moxian didn't know how the good fortune Saint Sun had discovered her. Perhaps it was his intuition, perhaps he had found some clues, or perhaps his arrival was simply a coincidence. But in short, what Xiao Moxian now had to face was the head of the Saint race's 5 Saint Generals, the good fortune Saint Sun, as well as the terrifying Legion of Famine. Xiao Moxian originally didn't fear the good fortune Saint Sun at all. But presently, the good fortune Saint Sun was in control of Famine's avatar. Famine's true form was at the true divinity rank, and even at the top of the true divinity rank. As for Famine's avatar, although it was weaker than its main body, it still had war strength close to that of a middle true divinity. In the hands of the good fortune Saint Sun, the power that Famine's avatar could display was greatly limited. Still, it must possess a strength similar to the weakest of true divinities. And a true divinity was in the end a true divinity. When facing Empyreans, they were absolutely invincible. In addition, the Legion of Famine led by the good fortune Saint Sun was undoubtedly the most elite of elite forces within the Saint race army. The officers of the Legion of Famine were often world kings and great world kings that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine. In particular, those great world kings. After undergoing their famine-induced body metamorphosis, they would be able to fully contend with the weakest of Empyreans. Compared to the Legion of Famine, Xiao Moxian's Demon Fairy Celestial Palace wasn't at the same level at all. Once both forces met, the battle would be no different from an egg trying to crack open a rock. There were no mysteries as to what would happen at all, and even with all this, Xiao Moxian didn't request any help from humanity's headquarters. None of the human Empyreans were a match against the good fortune Saint Sun, not even Emperor Sokia could deal with Famine's avatar. The only person who could was Divine Dream. However, Divine Dream had to face the diversion of the two other true divinities of the Saint race, Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King. As one person facing two, she was already burdened enough in dealing with them. So Xiao Moxian could only rely on herself. She knew that a grievance existed between her and the good fortune Saint Sun. The Monster Emperor's great longevity banquet from over 6,000 years ago was a thorn that forever pierced him. When given the chance to pull out this thorn, how could the good fortune Saint Sun give up such an opportunity? Xiao Moxian's eyes looked out the porthole. It was like she could already see the evil and cruel sneer that hung permanently across the good fortune Saint Sun's face. Xiao Moxian clenched her teeth and subconsciously traced her chest. In her clothes was an ancient necklace, one that had long since lost its luster. This was a gift Lin Ming had given her, the 1,000-mile heart link. Chapter 2012, The Burden of a Leader. Chapter 2012, The Burden of a Leader. Through over 6,000 years, Xiao Moxian had already forgotten how many times she had touched the 1,000-mile heart link or had tried to use it to contact Lin Ming. And now, the 1,000-mile heart link's sealed divine runic symbol was near the point of collapse, and yet there still wasn't any news of Lin Ming. After gently stroking this necklace that had lost its luster, Xiao Moxian's thoughts and mood began to waver up and down. If she were to use this necklace but a single time more, then after a short period of use the divine runic symbol sealed away in the necklace would shatter into nothing. As for this divine runic symbol, besides Lin Ming there likely wasn't anyone in the 33 heavens capable of drawing it up again. After countless attempts failed, all she had was a single chance. With just a single chance, how could she possibly reach him? Xiao Moxian let out a deep sigh. At this time, she heard a sound come from outside the room, followed by fast and chaotic footsteps. A group of people had arrived. Xiao Moxian put away her necklace and hid away the sorrow that etched her face. A group of 7 to 8 people had come. Each one of them was the backbone of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace. The black-clothed man standing at their head was Xiao Moxian's son, Lin Huang. Ever since New Ming Planet stood at peak of the perilous storm, Lin Huang had ended his adventure to temper himself and had returned to Xiao Moxian's side. This was the only thing that made Xiao Moxian feel a bit more at ease. Your child greets mother. A war-armored Lin Huang quickly strode into the room and bowed. The others following behind him, the core of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace, also bowed in tandem. What is the matter? Xiao Moxian's heart quickened as she saw the expressions on Lin Huang's face and the other officers' faces. She knew that this was unlikely to be anything good. In this war against the saints, the commanders of humanity each had to have nerves of steel. Lin Huang stood up and said, "Our allies in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy, the forces of Empyrean Transience and Dragon Fang have been locked down by the good fortune Saint Sun into a star territory that is less than 1 trillion miles in width. The Saint Legions have already begun their search. It won't be long before our allies are discovered by the Saints." Lin Huang's voice was grim. Dragon Fang had yet to break into the Empyrean realm, and in truth, even if he did he still wouldn't be a match for the good fortune Saint Sun. As for Empyrean Transience, he was merely a middle human Empyrean, not a match for the good fortune Saint Sun at all. What? Xiao Moxian directly stood up, her heart sinking into her stomach. The fact was that Dragon Fang and Empyrean Transience had been dragged into this disaster by her. Originally, the good fortune Saint Sun didn't know that there were other human influences in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy besides Xiao Moxian's. In order to coordinate and help shield Demon Fairy Celestial Palace, Dragon Fang and Empyrean Transience had been slowly discovered by the good fortune Saint Sun. Empyrean Transience's influence was far larger than a single New Ming planet. The good fortune Saint Sun had yet to locate New Ming Planet but was now already beginning to hone in on Empyrean Transience's location. This was incredibly bad news, so bad that it couldn't be any worse. At this time, a core figure of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace stepped forwards. He asked Xiao Moxian, "Palace Master, Dragon Fang and Empyrean Transience's forces cannot last much longer. Do we set out to save them? Or not save them?" This officer of Demon Fairy Celestial Palace asked. This was also the main reason why Lin Huang and the others had rapidly made their way here to ask Xiao Moxian for her decision. To not save them was to violate the tenets of righteousness. But, to save them meant that they would have to face an unbelievably terrifying enemy. This would be the same as jumping into the fiery pit. The most likely result was that they would all be annihilated. This was a difficult choice, and the only who could decide this was Xiao Moxian. Without being a leader one could never understand or feel the pressure of a leader. It was only when Xiao Moxian became a leader did she profoundly realize just what it was like. In the battlefield, any decision made by the leader concerned the lives of trillions and quadrillions of people, and in these turbulent times, she was pillar of everyone's courage, she was their hope. No matter how confused or shocked or overwhelmed or helpless she was, she had to stand tall and firm, calmly making her decision. Perhaps, in the thousands and millions of roads that stretched out before her, there might be only a single road to survival. As for her, through her tense nervousness and desperation, she had to seek it out no matter what. Whether or not she could do it, she had to do it. Morjean greets Lord Timebright. In front of Lin Ming stood a Saint Race World King. This World King was the general of the 3rd Saint Legion in the Blue Horn Galaxy. "Have you brought the information?" Lin Ming dragged out his words and simulated a hoarse and gravelly voice. Currently, he had the appearance of a skinny old man, one that was completely similar to the dead Empyrean Timebright. In addition, he had already read through Timebright's memories and learned everything he needed for his disguise. Even if Timebright's own son came here, they still wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I have brought the requested information. Lord Timebright, please take a look. The Saint World King passed several jade slips to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept through them with his divine sense. The information contained inside included the rough distribution of the Saint race armies, the map of the wild universe and places which had been explored, as well as some galaxies which might hold human influences. Lin Ming used a mere 10 breaths of time to read through these materials. He frowned. These materials were far from complete. For instance, the distribution map of the Saint race armies only sketchily indicated star territories. Those star territories were far too vast, wanting to find any information there would be difficult. Moreover, there was only a tiny amount of information regarding the Legion of Famine. Lin Ming believed that the Saints had even more detailed information, but they just didn't give it to him. Is there nothing with more detail? Lin Ming tossed the jade slips at the Saint World King. The Saint World King awkwardly spoke, Lord Timebright, without sufficient authority it is impossible to access more information. Moreover, Lord Timebright should only need information related to the Blue Horn Galaxy, so what is the reason for needing other information? As the Saint World King spoke, he looked at Lin Ming with some doubt in his eyes. If Lin Ming's actions were done by anyone else, they would have long since aroused the wariness of other Saint race officers. But because Lin Ming's identity could not seem any more real and he also knew all the secret codes of the army and also had the status badge to prove his identity, he could not be doubted. No one dared to suspect that a Saint Empyrean could be a traitor to the Saint race. If Lord Timebright really requires this information, then some of the information you seek is in the hands of Empyrean Thundercloud. You may make a request to him. Lord Timebright will be spending some time in the Blue Horn Galaxy, so you can also pay a visit to Empyrean Thundercloud. The Saint World King carefully said. Empyrean Thundercloud was an upper Empyrean as well as the High Commander of the Saint race forces in the Blue Horn Galaxy. The reason Empyrean Timebright came to the Blue Horn Galaxy was to coordinate with Empyrean Thundercloud. If so, then the first person Lin Ming visited after reaching the Blue Horn Galaxy should be Empyrean Thundercloud. However, because the Timebright that he masqueraded as originally had a strange and eccentric personality, not paying a visit wasn't anything out of the ordinary at all. Hearing the Saint World King say such words, Lin Ming's lips lifted in a smile. I understand. Lin Ming walked directly towards Empyrean Thundercloud's heavenly palace. In a purple grand hall, the high-level figures of the Blue Horn Galaxy's Saint Legions were currently carrying out a military conference. We have already spent over 20 years in this damned place and used so many people, but all we found in the Blue Horn Galaxy so far has been 3 of the human planets. Moreover, they are nearly all commoners. This is no different from finding several trillion ants. Even using them as fertilizer isn't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. A great world king with vaguely blood-red eyes and thick blue veins on his neck grimly said. He came from the Legion of Famine and was the commander of the Legion of Famine forces in the Blue Horn Galaxy. Don't worry. This sort of comprehensive search might seem a little stupid, but it's the best method possible. As long as we stick to this plan, then we'll be able to find those mice hiding in their holes. At that time, I'll make sure I entertain them well and have them all regret ever coming to this world. A pallid man that looked like a viper quietly said. As for Empyrean Thundercloud who sat in the head seat, he didn't say a single word throughout but simply let the subordinates discuss amongst themselves. At this time his thoughts stirred and he looked towards the entrance. Lord Timebright, a conference is underway right now. Would you like to wait? Just as a guard was speaking, the door to the hall was pushed open and an old man as skinny as firewood walked in. Empyrean Thundercloud's complexion darkened as he saw Timebright burst in. He never had any favorable impression towards this lower Empyrean that had been transferred over here. Just as he was about to say something to establish his position, he suddenly saw Timebright's lips curve up in a smile. Then, Timebright thrust out a hand. In the center of his palm spun a black cube. This black cube seemed to contain some demonic charm, capable of drawing one's soul into it. Empyrean Thundercloud was immediately on guard. What are doing? Shua. A boundless and potent force field came shrouding down. Everything with 1,000 feet was enveloped in this force field. And this force field was a strength that Empyrean Thundercloud had never experienced before. But mixed among it was a law that he recognized. That is, the Grand Mist laws. You aren't time-bright. Empyrean Thundercloud was enraged. But at this moment, Lin Ming had already stepped forwards. He shot out the magic cube from his hand and a terrifying soul vortex swallowed all. Empyrean Thundercloud's eyes turned blood red. His body emitted loud crackling noises as he instantly activated the power of his bloodline. And beside him, the 2 officers from the Legion of Famine also roared. Wriggling red tentacles dripping with blood rose up from their bodies. They had summoned the power of famine within their bodies without any hesitation. As great world kings facing an Empyrean, their only choice was to undergo body metamorphosis and become an abyssal monster, otherwise they simply wouldn't have any strength to resist. However, they never imagined that just as they activated their body metamorphosis, their bodies would seem to be caught in a mire of chaos, completely unable to move. The blood-red tentacles that stretched out behind were like snakes caught in the charm of a flute, completely escaping their control. In a flash, those tentacles that should have plunged towards Lin Ming suddenly turned around and pieced towards their neck. That change caused them to be scared out of their minds. They wanted to resist, but to their horror they discovered that their bodies were no longer under their control and they were rooted in place. Puff, puff. The tentacles of Famine's flesh pierced through the necks of those 2 Legion of Famine officers. Then, their heads flew off with everlasting regret in their eyes. This ability to control the Legion of Famine had been tested by Lin Ming on Timebright before. Now, he could do so with skillful ease. At the same time, Empyrean Thundercloud was also surrounded by the massive soul storm set off by the magic cube. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't change his fate. Peng! Blood gushed out from Empyrean Thundercloud's head and his body slumped to the floor. Chapter 2013, The Overture of War. Chapter 2013, The Overture of War. Hidden Dragon Galaxy. In an opulent grand hall, the good fortune Saint Sun sat upon a throne. He looked at a battle array disc projection that showed a vast star map. He wore golden war armor, and a thick cloak fell down his back and pooled onto the floor. One hand held a cup of precious wine as he sipped and swished it. Periodically, he would point at a position on the map and a beautiful maid would then take up a gem and mark the spot that he referred to. The gem itself had a variation of force field around it that allowed it to float in the air. Slowly, half the star map was half filled with gems. The good fortune Saint Sun looked at this map and grinned. "Geez Yana, I want to see just how you'll escape from my grasp this time." The most suspicious regions of the Hidden Dragon Galaxy already had detection force fields laid down. If any humans were to traverse across these detection force fields, then the Saints would discover their presence and chase after them like a hunter chasing down a rabbit. Now, what the Saints had to do was to continue searching and narrow the possibly inhabited areas. With the support of absolute strength, the feeling of encircling Xiao Moxian and hunting her down caused the good fortune Saint Sun to be filled with all sorts of pleasant thoughts. "Xiao Moxian, there will be a day when you become mine." The good fortune Saint Sun diabolically grinned as he subconsciously grasped with his hands, as if he could squeeze Xiao Moxian between his fingers. The truth was that after living for such a long time, the good fortune Saint Sun had already enjoyed all the physical pleasures that could be offered in this world. He had once craved peerless women and had even conquered several of them, but now all these desires had dimmed away. The only thing that could satisfy him now was his deep ambition to become the singular ruler of the 33 heavens. But Xiao Moxian was different. Xiao Moxian was his shame, a stain that would eternally mark his heart, the subject of which he was continuously ridiculed about amongst the saints. At his engagement party he had been made a cuckold. This already challenged the limits of a man. But that wasn't even the end. What was worse was that as he tried to recover his face, he had then been brutally beaten by a man that was far younger than he was. Even if all the shames and dishonor that the good fortune Saint Sun had experienced in his life were to be added together, it still wouldn't compare to that day at the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun thought of Lin Ming, he felt his teeth itch. The Good Fortune Saint Sun was much stronger than he had been in the past and was considered invincible amongst Empyreans. He truly hoped that Lin Ming was still alive so he could cruelly stomp Lin Ming beneath his feet. But what a pity, Lin Ming was already dead. Since he couldn't recover his honor by defeating Lin Ming, then he would do the next best thing and wrest away Xiao Moxian, the woman that Lin Ming loved. He would turn Xiao Moxian into his whore and vent all his frustrations upon her body, devastating and humiliating her so that he could resolve the hatred in his heart. To catch Xiao Moxian was the same as pulling out the thorn in his heart. With this, his mental state would reach perfection and he would be able to attack the realm of true divinity. As the Good Fortune Saint Sun was savoring his wine with a smug smile, a group of people suddenly rushed in. They fell to their knees in a fluster, saying, "Your Highness Saint Sun, a problem has occurred. Stop your panicking." The Good Fortune Saint Sun frowned as his happy mood was disturbed. With the saints triumphantly pushing forwards, these so-called problems were usually issues with the saint armies in chasing down others, or perhaps even some prisoner camps had been captured. What is it? The several saint disciples glanced at each other. Then, one braced himself and said, "The Blue Horn Galaxy has been attacked by some unknown force and the losses are serious. Nearly all of our people at the Holy Lord realm and above have been annihilated." Crack! The Good Fortune Saint Sun's wine cup burst apart. The bright red juice dyed the floor scarlet, as if flesh and blood were spilling out. "What did you say?" The Good Fortune Saint Sun's eyes flashed with disbelief. Ever since the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had gone into seclusion to use famine to swallow the 9 divine shifts heavenly Tao, a part of the command of the saint armies had been passed to him. He was well aware of the forces that had been dispatched to the Blue Horn Galaxy. There was an upper Empyrean personally attending that area and a lower Empyrean should have also caught up by now too. In addition, there were 3 great world kings that had fused with famine's flesh and blood. At a critical moment, if they were to undergo body metamorphosis, then they absolutely should be able to display combat strength equal to an Empyrean. In other words, that was the same as 5 Empyreans being stationed at Blue Horn Galaxy. In addition to that, there were also many holy lords and world kings, and even 100 some members of the Legion of Famine whose lowest cultivation was at the peak Holy Lord realm. This was a terrifying force. If any of the several strongest human influences in the wild universe were to attack such a force, they would be hard-pressed to win, much less totally annihilate their enemies. Moreover, the Good Fortune Saint Sun was well aware of the approximate positions of the influences that posed any threat at all, such as Mount Potala, the Primal God Race and the other remnant races, Skyrend God Palace, and other such influences that had peak Empyreans leading them. He didn't believe that with the saint race's 7 heavens and their war strength that was over 10 times greater than humanity's, there would be a peak Empyrean influence that could quietly arrive at the Blue Horn Galaxy and deliver such a crippling blow to them. This left the Good Fortune Saint Sun feeling frustrated. Did the human race produce some unknown peak Empyrean in these past years? Peak Empyreans were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. If he didn't include the celestial race's battle sovereign and the primal god race's Di Wuhen, then he could count the number of human peak Empyreans with his hands. As for Xiao Moxian, even though she had broken into the Empyrean realm, she still might not have the combat strength of a peak Empyrean. How many people do our enemies have and what cultivation methods do they use? Do we have any samples from the battlefield? The Good Fortune Saint Sun asked these 3 questions, but the replies he received left him even more enraged. We don't know their exact numbers or what cultivation methods they use. Those that have seen the true appearance of these killers have almost all been killed. But some disciples that survived on the edges were able to transmit some information to us. At the time, a giant black vortex appeared in the skies as if a black hole had appeared. As for the enemies, there should be, possibly four people. What? There are 4 people. The Good Fortune Saint Sun grabbed the collar of this subordinate. If there were truly 4 peerless masters, then killing Empyrean Thundercloud and Empyrean Timebright wouldn't be difficult at all. But to annihilate the entire army stationed at Blue Horn Galaxy, that was just too terrifying. This proved that this enemy force had reached almost unattainable heights in the art of array formations and force fields. Or, it could be that the strength of these 4 people had reached the peak Empyrean realm? Thinking of this latter possibility, the good fortune Saint Sun's complexion became increasingly grim. When did humanity suddenly have 4 peak Empyreans pop out from amongst their ranks? To face an unknown enemy and have no information on them was the most terrifying aspect of all. As for the identity of these 4 people, the good fortune Saint Sun even thought of the spiriters. Could the spiriters be playing tricks in the back, trying to secretly subvert them? The spiriters were an opponent that the good fortune Saint Sun continued to dread. Let alone the good fortune Saint Sun, even the good fortune Saint Sovereign feared that old freak, the Soul Emperor. He always believed that in the future, the most terrifying enemy the saints would have to face would be the spiriters. It shouldn't be. If the spiriters were going to do something, they would have started long ago. Over 6,000 years ago in the Great War between us and humanity, if they wanted to interfere, then we would never have been able to capture the divine realm. At that time, His Majesty the Sovereign Ancestor paid a price to trade for the divine realm. Now that we have already seized the divine realm, just what meaning is there for the spiriters to extinguish some middling Empyrean force? The good fortune Saint Sun immediately shot down this idea. Although he didn't know what the spiriters were up to these past years, he still believed that with the spiriters remaining quiet for such a long time, once they erupted, then the wild storms would stir up the world. It might even involve a heaven-shaking plot. It was impossible for the spiriters to send out forces to deal with some minor nobodies, and in comparison to the entire spiriters race, Empyrean Thundercloud and Empyrean Timebright were truly only nobodies. Your Highness Saint Sun, the people in charge of the star territories neighboring the Blue Horn Galaxy have already transmitted messages to us. They would like to inquire as to how you wish to proceed. Would you desire that they assist in tracking down the background of this unknown force? The good fortune Saint Sun pondered for a moment. Have them stand by and wait for orders. If this unknown force can quietly destroy the entire army at the Blue Horn Galaxy, then catching them might not be possible. Issue orders to hasten the search through the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Once we solve our problems there, then I will personally go and meet this so-called mysterious enemy. Humph. The good fortune Saint Sun's eyes shimmered. Xiao Morxian was reaching a dead end and he was closing in on her. With her so close, he definitely wouldn't give up his search in the Hidden Dragon Galaxy. Otherwise, Xiao Morxian just might fly past his lips. If he wished to find her again in the massive wild universe, then that wouldn't be an easy task at all. However, the good fortune Saint Sun never imagined that his nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 2014a, Fire God Galaxy. Chapter 2014a, Fire God Galaxy. Lin Ming rapidly traveled through the starry skies. He had already obtained what he wanted from the dead Empyrean Thundercloud, extremely detailed information that involved the distribution of the Saint race's armies. A great deal of this information wasn't even recorded in Jade slips. Much of it was within Empyrean Thundercloud's mind, and it was all thanks to the magic cube that Lin Ming easily obtained this. Currently, it could be said that Lin Ming had a comprehensive understanding of the war between the saints and the humans in the wild universe. Now, he was headed towards a star territory called the Fire God Galaxy. There was another saint influence there that he planned to utterly exterminate. He would strike at the rear of the saints and begin a horrifying storm of blood and slaughter. With a single breath he would overturn the heavens and earth and make it so that the 5 saint generals had no choice but to turn their attention towards him. Lin Ming knew that because the good fortune Saint Sovereign was controlling famine to swallow the heavenly Tao laws, he simply wasn't able to extricate himself from that process. As for Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King, they were battling against Empyrean Divine Dream in some far-off place and similarly couldn't withdraw. In truth, Lin Ming even suspected that Empyrean Divine Dream might not be a match for these 2 God Kings. After all, those that could reach the heights of a true divinity were all incredibly talented, at least at the level of Emperor Sokia. None of them were weak. And though Divine Dream Dual cultivated essence and divine, perhaps giving her a tad more strength, she still couldn't face 2 alone. Lin Ming speculated that soaring feather god king and astral vault god king simply weren't willing to work themselves to death for the good fortune saint sovereign. Although they were meddling in the war of saints and humanity because of some unknown reasons, they still wouldn't take this time to withdraw from their battle against divine dream and chase after some unknown enemy. True divinities were all proud and arrogant individuals. An enemy that suddenly emerged from nowhere wouldn't be enough to arouse their interest. Then, if one ignored these three true divinities, the one most likely to strike at him would be the overly confident good fortune saint Sun. Lin Ming understood the good fortune saint Sun. They had been opponents for many years and he had a good idea of the good fortune saint Sun's strengths and weaknesses. He could use the good fortune saint Sun's own cocky confidence to draw him here. Once that occurred, he could display his plan and have his strength rise in a short period of time. Fire God Galaxy, ha! Lin Ming looked at a great dark vortex-shaped galaxy that was deep in the distance. A murderous light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment he tore through the void and disappeared. Lin Ming quickly soared through the skies and teleported forwards. He remembered the detailed maps of the saint race influences and hurtled straight forwards like a speeding dragon. Several days later, Lin Ming finally arrived at his destination. From far away, he could see a group of gathered planets. He knew that these planets were human living areas that had been captured by the saints. Over 10 quadrillion humans lived here. In the words of the saints, this was nothing but a giant naturally formed jail. This was a human camp, the slave concentration camps. After entering the wild universe, Lin Ming had heard again and again of the human captives and slaves. But he had never seen the conditions in which they lived. The saint race influences were stationed near these planets. Above every planet floated 12 saint race holy palaces. These holy palaces gathered together and formed a force field that wrapped around the entire planet. Such a force field was not something that the human captives living on these planets could ever hope to break. Rather, it was more accurate to say that these weren't war captives at all, but commoners. This galaxy was named Fire God Galaxy. The human heavenly palaces in this galaxy had already fallen in the war against the saints. Now, all that was left over were some non-combatants, none of which reached the divine transformation realm. The truth was that Fire God Galaxy had already been held by the saints for over 100 years. To a martial arts master, this 100+ years might merely be a bout of meditation or a period of seclusion. But to the average person, this was a whole lifetime. The human commoners left behind in the Fire God Galaxy didn't have high degrees of talent to begin with. And beneath the iron rule of the saints, they had no means to practice martial arts. This caused their overall strength to rapidly plummet. And over 50 years ago, a group of saint race pioneers had arrived at Fire God Galaxy. These people came from universes native to the saints. To be blunt, they were a ragged pack of people who didn't manage to mix well in the saint race. Many of them were bandits, vagabonds, thieves, and other such types. Because it was difficult for them to survive in Saint Convocation Heaven, they voluntarily came to the human race's wild universe to develop this virgin land. If one was an individual who lived a good life of wealth and honor amongst the saints already, then who would want to come to such a seemingly barren and remote land? And the so-called developing the virgin soil that the saint pioneers did was actually to rob, kill, and plunder throughout the Fire God Galaxy. The resources that had already been established here, such as medicinal fields, mines, spiritual lands, all of these were taken for themselves. The saint race armies tacitly consented to all of this. Their goals in invading the wild universe were already obvious. First was to further expand the territory of the saints, develop more resources, and if possible, seize the Azura decree that could pierce through the barriers of the God-lamenting wall so that they could help supply the good fortune saint sovereign with what he needed to restore famine to its past peak state. Second was to cut off the inheritance of humanity to sever all troubles by the roots, thoroughly crushing all future hopes and chances that the humans had to counterattack in the future. Chapter 2014b, Black Dragon Roars to the Moon. Chapter 2014b, Black Dragon Roars to the Moon. Song Yang was an average human of the Fire God Galaxy. He was already 200 years old and had just barely broken through to the Xiantian realm. Amongst the masses, he was considered standard for commoners. When he was born, the war between the saints and humans within the wild universe had already begun. And when he came of age, the flames of war had reached his home and the fire god galaxy fell to its enemies. Thus, from that day forth, he along with his 10 quadrillion plus human compatriots were all reduced to slaves. When Song Yang was a child, he had read through a history book and learned about the history of his fellow humans from 6,500 years past. Because the divine realm was conquered, humanity was in dire circumstances. But this time of over 6,000 years ago was simply too distant a period for Song Yang. As for him, he never thought that the destiny and life of slavery would arrive so quickly and descend upon him. This was a horrifying nightmare. Song Yang had always held his own dreams and desires. He wanted to become a warrior that fought for the human race. He never hoped to become the most dazzling talent in the world that was respected by all, but rather, becoming the most ordinary and common warrior in Fire God Heavenly Palace would have been more than enough. However, the most basic qualification to become a warrior of Fire God Heavenly Palace was to step into the divine transformation realm before 1,000 years of age. To Song Yang, this was far too difficult. He wasn't born with much talent and destiny had never given him many lucky chances. In the end, these dreams could only remain dreams. He forced himself awake and soberly accepted the reality set in front of him. When he was at the peak Hutian realm, he married a woman. She was a homely woman with ordinary talent, but he loved her deeply with all his heart. In return, she gave him 3 cute little children, 1 son and 2 daughters. However, these 3 children were born into a never-ending nightmare, one filled with cruel and avaricious demons that would swallow a person whole and even eat the bones. Murder, robbery, rape, young women were captured and used as living furnaces and sold as slaves, and young boys were turned into blood sacrifices. Song Yang didn't know when these dreadful days would end. The war between humans and saints would continue for several thousand years, but could he live on for several thousand years? His children, grandchildren, and even his great-grandchildren, would they even be able to live through those thousands of years? The premise of all this was that he could have grandchildren. He was an ant, one that faced an ice age that would continue for an unknown period of years. He quietly stood in an empty field of ice, waiting for his inevitable death to take him. War. A loud cry spread through the air. His daughter was crying. Song Yang's heart ached. He turned to see his 12-year-old son cradling his 3-year-old daughter. His daughter, she was hungry. Song Yang had just entered the Xiantian realm. In this wild universe that was filled with chaotic origin energy, although he hadn't managed to completely sever hunger and thirst, he still only required a minimal amount of rations every month. He only needed to drink water and absorb heaven and earth origin energy to sate his hunger pangs. But his son, his daughters, his wife, they were different. They needed to eat. They needed meals. In the past, in a world of martial artists, starving due to a lack of food was simply unimaginable because they were strong and they grasped the ability to conquer the land and nature around them. This type of thing would only occur in purely mortal societies. But now, the Fire God Galaxy was actually in such a state. Of the 10 quadrillion citizens, over 9 quadrillion weren't able to achieve the state of completely severing their appetite. They needed to consume a massive amount of grain and other rations. After the chaos of war, a massive number of common citizens lost the protection of the warriors. And without their protection they had no way of facing the vicious beasts that rampaged through the open country. They had no choice but to rush into the city and let their fertile farmlands turn into wasted fields. As for the remaining food sources, this was all controlled by the Saint race bandits. 50 violet sunstones couldn't even buy a bag of grain, and this was already a price over 1,000,000 times higher than it had been in the divine realm. If one wished to live, they had no choice but to go to the tunnels and mine. But in the open country that was filled with vicious beasts, recklessly going out was the same as gambling with one's own life. It was rare for anyone to survive past 3 years outside. Because she had been starving for a long time, Song Yang's originally chubby daughter had turned sickly thin. Song Yang's wife, Ju Hui, was nursing an even younger daughter. As she heard her other child's pained cries, she felt as if someone was twisting a knife in her heart. She no longer had any breast milk. In truth, allowing her child to suckle upon her withered breast was only to psychologically comfort her. Song Yang grit his teeth. He pulled out a small pack of food from his sleeves. After thinking for some time, he broke off a piece and placed it in his wife's hand to feed their second daughter. The leftover piece was given to his son. As the young boy looked at the food his father handed to him, he continued to cradle his little sister. Although he was 12 years old and his face was a bit pale and grey, his eyes maintained a stubborn light. "Why won't you take it?" Song Yang asked. "Father, I am not hungry," the young boy stubbornly said, a strength and defiance in his eyes that number 12-year-old should have. Song Yang suddenly felt his eyes swell with tears. He directly placed the black pack of food in his son's arms. Then, he rose and said, "I will go and find something for us to eat." After speaking, Song Yang began walking towards the city gates. "Yang, where are you going?" Looking at her husband head outside the city, Ju Hui was suddenly panicked. "Do you plan to go hunting? Are you tired of living?" Outside the city, in the distant wild forests, there were plenty of beasts and prey. But the danger there was over 100 times that of the mines. Song Yang was but a Xiantian realm martial artist. If he entered the wild forests, then even a variation mouse could eat him up. Ju Hui was anxious to the point of crying. The pillar of their family was her husband. Once her husband died, the fate of her and her 3 children would be unimaginable. However, Song Yang seemed to have already made up his mind. "I will be fine. If I'm lucky, then we won't have to worry about food this month." Then, he continued to say, "If I don't go, then our children will only last for another 10 days. These second words were said to Ju Hui with a true essence sound transmission. The hand that reached out to stop him suddenly froze. She knew that in these past years, because of a myriad of reasons, the population of Fire God Galaxy had already sharply fallen by 2/3. Death was something always waiting just outside their door. Ju Hui was at a loss for words. But at this time, Song Yang had pushed away her hand. Just as he was about to walk and leave the city, his complexion suddenly changed. A blood-red moon hung high in the dark night. He could hear faint humming sounds from all around, as if they came from afar and also from nearby. Then, the ground beneath his feet began to gently shake. This shaking was extremely weak, but Song Yang wouldn't have sensed it wrongly. He looked at a puddle of water on the ground. In the cold and calm night, small ripples began to appear on this puddle of water. The humming became louder. Song Yang's complexion paled. Could it be? As if he needed to confirm something, Song Yang lifted his head and looked into the skies. There, the bright red moon seemed as if it were dyed in blood. "The blood moon rises, it's all over." Song Yang trembled as he spoke, unable to stand steady. "What is it?" Ju Hui asked as she saw Song Yang's expression. "Beast tide." Song Yang humorlessly smiled. This was a beast tide, a gathering of 10 million or even 100 million vicious beasts that would attack their city together. This wild universe never lacked vicious beasts. In the past, with human masters present, such a beast tide hadn't occurred for a long, long time. But now there were no human masters to deter and scare away these vicious beasts. Now, in the Fire God Galaxy, beneath the blood moon which aroused the bloodthirst of these vicious beasts the most and allowed them to easily gather, a beast tide had suddenly erupted. This city likely wouldn't be the first to be overrun by this beast tide. It wouldn't be the last one either. The heavens have abandoned us. Ju Hui grasped her child. She knew that today, on this night, they would all perish here. The city they lived in had its own guards, but these guards were only divine transformation realm martial artists. Because these divine transformation realm martial artists weren't able to reach the divine transformation realm before 1,000 years of age, they weren't able to enter the heavenly palace. With their combat strength, how could they hope to resist such a beast tide? But at this moment, from the middle of the city, several spirit ships suddenly soared up into the skies, rapidly flying towards the holy palaces in space. Song Yang could see that these were the spirit ships of the Saint Race Pioneers. Those Saint Race Pioneers were originally thieves and bandits whose only desire was to plunder wealth and resources. Now, with danger approaching, they naturally had no duty or intention to guard the humans. That trash. Song Yang's eyes turned blood red. He had never hated another race to such a degree. And at this time, a loud horn bellowed from within the city. The armed forces of the city were beginning to gather. Compared to a true army, this was nothing but a motley gathering of individuals. Most were at the divine transformation realm, divine sea realm, and even the life destruction realm. Moreover, they were all relatively weak amongst their own ranks. They lifted weapons of varying length and inferior quality. They stood on the city walls, facing the dark army of vicious beasts in the distance. In the city, Song Yang could only see their backs. Even in the dark pall of night he could see that many of them had backs bent with age and heads of scraggly white hair. These warriors were all people who had been eliminated from entering the heavenly palace. Even so, they still silently and dutifully continued protecting the human citizens. Song Yang's eyes had already turned red. In his eyes, these people were like a wall of steel that stood there tall and proud, bound by their faith and duty. They were true warriors. When the saints arrived, they didn't have the qualifications to fight them. This was because in front of a boulder, an egg was nothing. Trying to rush it would mean nothing but dust and death. Yet now, facing this annihilating beast tide, the time for them to battle had approached. This would likely be the last battle of their lives. In the face of imminent death, these warriors were incredibly calm, as if at this moment what they faced wasn't a beast tide that destroyed all life, but peaceful days where they were reunited with their families, where they were able to sit together and gaze upon the setting sun. Today, we fight. At the top of the city walls, the old commander of the guard grasped a long sword and shouted out his declaration of battle. Although his declaration was only a mere 3 words, it was more than enough. Yes, as a warrior, even a warrior that had been eliminated, they still had their own life mission and their own glory. That was, to fight. In the perilous moments when their race faced annihilation, the fate of a warrior should not be to die miserably beneath the suppression of their enemies, but to heroically die upon the sandy battlefield. Behind them, the common citizens of Fire God Galaxy had already started walking towards the city walls. Some hugged their children and some people knelt down to kiss the earth. This wilderness was a land they had nourished with their sweat, where they had planted the seeds of hope. If they had to die here, then let their blood serve to water these land. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic beasts that blotted out the skies had already rushed to the city walls. To these strong vicious beasts, the 200 feet high city walls were nothing more than a single leap away. In addition, the sky was filled with a massive number of killer beasts. Their speed was several times faster than the human masters present. A slaughter was soon to begin. Song Yang's blood began to boil over with heat. He picked up his own crude and humble weapon and was about to fly upwards. But at this time, his wife suddenly pulled him back. "Huya, what are you doing?" He thought that his wife wanted to stop him, but he saw her stretch out a hand and point into the skies. "Yang, what do you think that is?" In the deep night skies, the blood moon hung high in the air. And in front of that blood moon, a massive black shadow appeared. The shadow unfurled its wings, looking like a demon god of the night. That was a black dragon. Dragon. Song Yang was utterly shocked. Roar. The black dragon raised its head, its single horn jutting out into the heavens. Then, it emitted a roar. This majestic roar echoed through the world, carrying with it a horrifying pressure that impacted into the highest heavens and broke into the starry skies. Within the city, everyone was dazed. Many of them looked up into the skies. This was the pressure of a sovereign beast. Every person could clearly feel that because of this black dragon's roar, the originally manic beast tide just outside the city gates had suddenly frozen in its tracks. Countless beasts tumbled to the grounds due to their momentum, and some of them crashed into the city walls. Then, regardless of what injuries they suffered in the chaos and confusion, each beast pulled themselves up and then fell to the ground, prostrate. Beneath this pressure, they all trembled. A black dragon roars to the moon, all beasts bow and submit. The guards on the city walls were at a loss for what to do. What was this black dragon? Then, they were all shocked to discover that the beast tide began to retreat. Those blood-red eyes of those vicious beasts seemed to be clouded now with fear and awe. Crawling on their bellies, they gradually and carefully returned to the forests, disappearing into the dark. Everything returned to serenity. There was nothing left but wild winds of the wilderness whipping up the dirt, reminding everyone of what had just happened. Chapter 2015, The Smile of Destiny. Chapter 2015, The Smile of Destiny. What happened? Bastard. Prepare for combat. High in the skies, the Saint Race heavenly palaces had already descended into chaos. To them, a beast tide erupting outside some nameless human city was just a minor matter not worthy of caring for. But that terrifying black dragon roar brought with it a dreadful pressure that struck their fortress. They could sense just how formidable it was. The heavenly palace shivered. As the spirit ships of these Saint Race pioneers were about to reach the heavenly palace, they were all blown away and sent tumbling by a brutal storm. Motherfucker, what is going on? A giant one-eyed leader of the Saint Pioneers shouted, incensed. Because of the shaking and tumbling at the spirit ship just now, a number of high-quality stones containing energy of the wild universe had tumbled to the floor. He thought one of his subordinates had operated the spirit ship incorrectly and had struck a meteor of some sort. However, before he could continue cursing, he suddenly shut up. His eyes widened as he saw that in front of the bow of their spirit ship, several miles away, a giant black dragon head was poking out from the thick clouds. This. The pioneer leader was completely dazed. But at this time, he could vaguely see that standing just beside the horn of the black dragon was a black-clothed man. Behind this black-clothed man were 3 other men in similar clothes. It was as if they were taking this man as their leader. Whoosh! Those 3 men hurtled up from the dragon's head and impacted towards the Saint Race's heavenly palace. The speed of these 3 men quickly reached the limit as they shot into the Saint Race heavenly palace like arrows. Compared to the giant Saint Race heavenly palace, their figures seemed as small as insects. However, just as they vanished into the heavenly palace's protective barriers, a giant explosion rang through the skies a short moment later. The energy flows surging out from the explosion were not flames, but sweeping currents of chaotic black energy. No matter what this terrifying chaotic energy struck, it would instantly evaporate into ashes. Seeing this occur with their eyes, several Saint martial artists rushed forwards, wanting to kill these 3 mysterious people. But they were swept up into that black energy whereupon they immediately vanished. From head to toe, there was not a single drop of blood left over. Their bodies didn't shatter but melted away like snowflakes falling into boiling water. This scene left the Saint Pioneers falling over each other in a jumble. They wanted to escape, but they saw that many other Saint spirit ships also wanted to flee. Within the armies of the Saints there was a strict hierarchy. The size and color of a spirit ship represented its rank and who was riding within it. These Saint Pioneers helplessly watched as even a World King spirit ship started flying away, so why would they wait around? However, just as they wanted to flee, they saw that the spirit ships rushing away from the heavenly palace suddenly struck an invisible force field that was several hundred miles away. Bang! The force field trembled and countless runes shimmered out of existence. Then, something horrifying occurred that left everyone dripping with sweat. The spirit ships that rammed into the force field all broke apart before directly exploding. The 3 mysterious men blocked off the skies. A mystical energy swept out, evaporating everything. All those riding the spirit ships, whether they were holy lords, world kings, or great world kings, all of them were instantly killed off. Seeing this, the Saint Pioneers were panic-stricken. To them, world kings and great world kings were lofty characters that they would normally never see. But now they were all being killed off in droves, as if they were nothing but ants being stepped on. It was at this time that everyone realized this planet had already been surrounded by a force field which shrouded over everyone. No one would be able to escape. At this time, a giant blood-red centipede phantom shot up into the air from the Saint Race heavenly palace. This blood-red centipede was 1,000 miles long and had 2 rows of brutally sharp and thick claws. As this blood centipede appeared, a dreadful pressure gushed out in waves, exciting all the Saint martial artists present. The blood centipede astral essence totem, that is the symbol of Empyrean blood centipede after he undergoes his metamorphosis. A saint martial artist shouted out, his morale suddenly rising. The blood centipede was a rare variation bloodline amongst the saints. An Empyrean blood centipede who guarded the fire god galaxy was someone who possessed this bloodline. But before the saint martial artists could cheer, that black dragon that was over 1,000 miles long suddenly roared out loud and then threw itself towards that giant blood centipede phantom. Like a hawk catching a snake, it gripped its claws around that blood centipede. And at this time, standing on the black dragon's back, the black-clothed man who had yet to move finally did so. His figure flashed and faded like gods and ghosts. In the next moment, a blinding spear light passed through space and pierced through the blood centipede phantom, immediately causing it to shatter and explode, its thick red blood sprinkling through space. Empyrean blood centipede's pressure plummeted and the world returned to serenity once more. Empyrean blood centipede had died. Even after undergoing his bloodline body metamorphosis, Lin Ming had taken less than 10 seconds to kill him off. He had been utterly rolled over. All the saint martial artists started to tremble with fear. An Empyrean had been instantly killed like that. Who was this person? A demon? From the ruins of the saint race heavenly palace, Lin Ming received the corpse of Empyrean blood centipede. In this war against the saints, he would give no quarter, show no mercy. If he let even a single saint martial artist survive, who knew just how many humans they would go on to kill in the future? For all those that entered the war, if they wished to obtain military exploits for benefits later, or if they desired to plunder wealth and gain fame by killing others, then they should have understood that they too could be killed off by others. In this battle, from the point when Empyrean blood centipede was slain, the end result was already plain to all. The disparity in strength was too great. However, Lin Ming himself didn't really need to do anything. Just his 3 avatars was more than enough. Now all that remained was cleaning up the battlefield. As his avatars continued fighting, Lin Ming swept his eyes across the planet below him. His thoughts stirred and fell down from the skies. In the human city, some people looked at the brilliant fluctuations of energy in the night skies. These energy fluctuations looked like beautiful aurora borealises, but the people knew that they were actually phenomena produced from terrifying explosions. The Saint Race Heavenly Palace has been destroyed. A divine sea martial artist could already vaguely make out the battle occurring in the high skies. The Saint Race Heavenly Palace had been blown apart. A single stone had aroused 1,000 waves. All the commoners in the human city were shocked speechless. That Saint Race Heavenly Palace had floated in the skies for the last 100 years and they were already used to its presence. They subconsciously believed that it would continue floating up there even after their death, but it had actually been blown up. First was the eruption of the beast tide, then the black dragon roaring to the moon, then the retreat of the beast tide, and finally the explosion of the Heavenly Palace. Everything had occurred in a short period of time and had subverted all of their understandings. They didn't even have time to think about what this meant. The saints are finished. Someone suddenly cried out. Our warriors have returned. Someone else joyously bellowed. And, these words stunned everyone. Humanity had returned. This war that had such a massive difference in strength, a reversal had occurred. Bang! As if to answer the questions of all mortals in the Fire God Galaxy, in the deep dark sky an even more blinding fluctuation of energy spread out once more. The Saint Race Heavenly Palace had been thoroughly destroyed. Faintly, one could hear the roar of a dragon echo through the world. All of Fire God Galaxy began to bubble over with excitement. Our warriors have returned. More and more people shouted out. This grief and dread that had existed for over 100 years was all unleashed at this moment. People started to sob in their happiness. Some people flew into the skies, some kissed the ground, and strangers turned to hug each other. All of them took deep breaths to calm themselves, but they still couldn't contain the vivid excitement boiling up in their blood. At this moment, their hearts seemed to beat as one. Without undergoing hardship, it was impossible to understand how precious the feeling of victory was at this moment. In order to be free, in order to continue being free, at this time even the most cowardly individual wouldn't hesitate to rush onto the battlefield and shed their blood. As Lin Ming walked into the streets, he saw the crazy crowds all around him. He saw a young man running through the streets, waving his arms. He saw a mother with red eyes unable to stop her tears from falling. Finally, she knelt to the ground and held onto her child, breaking down in heaving sobs. At this moment, Lin Ming finally understood that his life was already tightly connected to his own race, a connection that could never be separated. He would always belong to his people. Step by step, he had walked towards this day. He was proud to be able to fight for the continued survival of his race. In the frenzied crowd, Lin Ming's calm behavior stood out from the rest. He quietly walked through the manic crowds and slowly headed towards a family home. This was a family of 5. In this age where the flames and chaos of war raged through the land, it was already extraordinary that they could guarantee the lives of their entire family to this point. Song Yang and his wife hugged their children, hot tears streaming down their faces. Then, they saw a black-clothed youth step in front of their tent. This youth clearly walked down the streets, but it seemed as if he were utterly isolated from the world, as if he had walked down from the deepest end of the river of time. Song Yang was startled. "You are." Song Yang had a faint guess in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. There were countless people like Song Yang in the Fire God Galaxy, and many of them lived lives far more miserable than he did. But, when Lin Ming used his divine sense to cover the entire Fire God Galaxy, had actually paid particular attention to Song Yang. This was because of Song Yang's 12-year-old son. Lin Ming accidentally discovered that this child had an extremely high talent in cultivating the martial path. When combined with his decisive stubbornness and firm moral character, he was simply someone born to live and breathe martial arts. It would be a pity for such a good seedling to be wasted here. Ju Hui pulled Song Yang close. The sudden appearance of this black-clothed youth left her feeling restless. Although her cultivation was only at the Hutian realm, she could intuitively feel how terrifying this youth was. "You're all good." Lin Ming turned towards Song Yang and his wife and faintly smiled. Then, he leaned over and asked Song Yang's son, "What is your name?" The 12-year-old boy looked at his father and then met Lin Ming's gaze. He replied, "Song Mo." "Song Mo, very good. Are you willing to come with me? To see the outside world?" Lin Ming smiled. As this smile fell into Song Yang and Song Mo's eyes, at this moment they wouldn't understand just what it meant. Many years later, when Song Mo followed Dragon Fang and became Dragon Fang's direct disciple, it was only then that he would learn just what sort of existence this youth with the bright smile was. This was probably a smile from the god of destiny. Chapter 2016, The Enigma of the Mysterious Man. Chapter 2016, The Enigma of the Mysterious Man. Within an asteroid field of Potala Galaxy, a giant Buddha statue quietly floated. This Buddha statue was in truth a spirit ship, a true divinity-level spirit treasure that had been accumulated through the history of Mount Potala. Potala Galaxy was named after Mount Potala and was where their original members were stationed. When Divine Dream headed towards another universe to battle with Soaring Feather God King and Astral Vault God King, Mount Potala became the de facto command center of humanity. However, although this was a command center, transmission of information was a problematic issue. Not every star territory that had been blockaded by the Saints managed to stay in communication with Potala Galaxy. For instance, the Hidden Dragon Galaxy where Xiao Moxian was had already been severed from contact for a long time. The Saints possessed an overwhelming superiority on nearly all fronts. Blocking all possible routes of contact with force fields wasn't difficult. Because of Emperor Sokia was at Mount Potala, it could be called extraordinarily strong amongst the various human influences. The Saint race armies sent to Potala Galaxy were also the strongest. Besides the good fortune Saint Sun who wasn't here, Soaring Feather God Mountain's Fairy Blue Lotus, the two Empyreans High Sun and Dark Moon, as well as 4 other veteran peak Empyreans were here, composing a formidable war council. Even the Legion of Famine's main force was stationed at Potala Galaxy. Emperor Sokia felt an enormous pressure when facing so many powerhouses. He didn't dare to relax for even a moment. In particular, the existence of the Legion of Famine left Emperor Sokia especially nervous. The Legion of Famine had a total of 3,000 world kings and 80,000 holy lord. Within these 3,000 world kings, 200 were great world kings. To a peak Empyrean, a world king powerhouse wasn't anything at all. But if 3,000 world kings gathered together, especially world kings that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine, and then laid down a joint attack battle array, their might could be imagined. If they all underwent body metamorphosis together, then for a short period of time this saint force would have a super war strength equal to 200 of the weakest Empyrean. With such a terrifying force, Emperor Sokia only had a single choice to make if he were to see them, that was, to run. But there was a silver lining. Every time the Legion of Famine underwent body metamorphosis, it would be greatly damaging to their blood vitality and would even reduce their lifespan. Thus, the Legion of Famine wouldn't easily undergo body metamorphosis. With the Legion of Famine posing such a monumental threat, Mount Potala didn't dare to engage the saints in frontal combat. Fortunately, the primal god race and celestials were also within Potala Galaxy, and the two peak Empyreans of Diwuhen and the Battle Sovereign were able to aid Mount Potala. But even so, as it stood, Mount Potala was barely able to hold on against the saint. But since they didn't dare to fight head-on, the human forces had always played the passive role. If they were accidentally surrounded somehow, then they would lose everything. At this time, within a giant discussion hall in the Great Buddha spirit ship, Emperor Sokia, Great Limitless Buddha, Jun Blue Moon, Han Kai, as well as many other eminent monks and arhats of Mount Potala had gathered. They were analyzing the current war situation. Just a day ago, an exciting piece of news had been passed on to them. In the last 3 months, the saints have had 5 continuous bases annihilated and 7 of their Empyreans have died. They even lost around 300 members of the Legion of Famine. I really have no idea who did this. Han Kai laid down a combat report jade slip. He looked at Emperor Sokia and Great Limitless Buddha, wanting to elicit an opinion from the two leaders. Great Limitless Buddha didn't speak. He slowly tugged at his Buddha beads, waiting for Han Kai to continue speaking. Originally, I thought that the saints' continued disastrous defeats were just a smokescreen that they deliberately put out to lure us in. But from the intelligence that our scouts have transmitted to us, this shouldn't be the case. We have a fragment of a saint race heavenly palace that our scouts brought back. As Han Kai spoke, he took out a piece of debris and pushed it towards Great Limitless Buddha and Emperor Sokia. The two of them both looked at this fragment, but it was hard to say just what type of cultivation method had been used to damage it. From the aura emitted by this fragment, the energy used to destroy the heavenly palace was extremely complex. It seemed divine, yet tainted with an evil aura. It was difficult to discern just what laws it contained. Grandmaster, have you discovered anything? Jun Blue Moon suddenly asked. He rarely spoke. Great Limitless Buddha continued twisting his Buddha beads and quietly whispering Buddhist chants. What a shame. Since childhood, this old monk has read through the book collections gathered within Mount Potala. Although my talent is lowly, I must confess that I believe my knowledge to be rich. But, the energy aura in this fragment is something that not even I can determine. It seems to contain a few characteristics of the power of divinity, yet that is also all I can judge from this. After hearing Great Limitless Buddha's thoughts, everyone in the meeting hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Of those present, Emperor Sokia was considered the strongest. But in terms of experience, Great Limitless Buddha far outstripped everyone else. He had lived for an incredibly long time and was also experienced in Mount Potala's rich accumulated history and knowledge. It was hard to imagine that such a knowledgeable Great Limitless Buddha still wouldn't be able to analyze any clues about what this energy was. Even fragments left behind by attacks from the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign weren't difficult to identify. This was because no matter how strong the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was, his powers primarily belonged to astral essence, the strength of one of the 3 great cultivation systems in the world. This really feels strange. Han Kai was curious as to just who this mysterious person was. Still, one couldn't blame Great Limitless Buddha for not being able to analyze anything concrete from this fragment. This was because Lin Ming's strength was fused with the power of divinity and the power of demons. This strength could be called unprecedented in history, something that perhaps not even the Azura Roadmaster or Immortal Sovereign possessed. In addition, the laws that Lin Ming used were a fusion of the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws. In front of the people in this hall, these two laws stood at a peak of martial arts that they couldn't even hope to see. A strange strength, the peak of laws, this left even the vastly experienced and knowledgeable Great Limitless Buddha at a loss. Concerning this mysterious person, we have a pitiful understanding about him. All we have are some eyewitness accounts. According to what they said, when this mysterious person destroyed the saints at Fire God Galaxy, a life form similar to a dragon appeared. It had a body that was 1,000 miles long and its strength was astonishing. From descriptions, it is similar to a black dragon with a royal bloodline, but its rear area is covered with spikes and its wings are as sharp as sabers. Its appearance is fiercer than could be imagined. From the way it was described, this life form could more appropriately be called a demon dragon. Han Kai took out a battle array disc and activated it. A small projection cast a display in the air, showing an image of the black dragon. This was an image drawn up by Mount Potala's scouts according to the descriptions of some eyewitnesses. As everyone saw this giant monster that seemed like a demon, they were shocked speechless. Could this be a species of the wild universe? The wild universe was far too large. It wasn't strange for there to be variation god beasts that they had never seen before. But at this time, Jun Blue Moon actually had a thoughtful expression on his face. After a long period of silence, he spoke up, and his words were shocking enough to fluster those present. He said, "You all may or may not remember, but over 6,000 years ago when Lin Ming was at the Monster Emperor's Grand Longevity Feast and began a gambling fight with the Good Fortune Saint's son, one of the stakes he took out seemed to have been a dragon egg." Lin Ming. Dragon egg. Han Kai was dumbfounded. He stood up. You can't be thinking that this black dragon that suddenly appeared is the dragon hatched from Lin Ming's dragon egg. There were far too many dragons in this world. If one had to say that this demonic dragon was hatched from the dragon egg that Lin Ming took out over 6,000 years ago, this sort of association was simply too forced. It's just a thought that I had. Even for a peak Empyrean, it is impossible to destroy 5 Saint race bases in 3 months and also kill 7 Saint Empyreans at the same time. Even the numerous powerhouses of the Saints were unable to escape. Perhaps the Saints are also confused and have thought that our human race have somehow managed to raise a secret ultimate weapon, but we are well aware of our own matters. This is not the action of any of our human powerhouses. If so, then this matter is somewhat suspect. Only if. Are you saying that Lin Ming is alive? At this time, not just Han Kai was shocked, but everyone else in the meeting hall was too. Jun Blue Moon's speculations were far too wild and outlandish. Han Kai pondered with a frown. If Lin Ming is alive, then how come we haven't seen him for so many years? It's true that he needs to hide from the Saints, but there is no reason for him to conceal the truth from us. And right now, we don't even know if the life form that appeared in Fire God Galaxy was a dragon. Even if it is a dragon, then according to the time that Lin Ming revealed the dragon egg, over 6,000 years have passed. It is utterly impossible for a dragon egg to hatch and also for the dragon to grow to over 1,000 miles long in this period of time. Moreover, Soaring Feather God King personally confirmed Lin Ming's death. No matter how fierce Lin Ming was, he still shouldn't have had some heaven-piercing method to deceive Soaring Feather God King when he was at the Holy Lord realm, right? As Han Kai finished speaking, Jun Blue Moon fell silent. Indeed. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, it would be impossible for him to feign death against Soaring Feather God King. Perhaps, this might only be one-sided wishful thinking. To have a nail suddenly appear in their rear, the Saints wouldn't simply stand by and do nothing. But, the crux of the issue was just how would they find him? This other party seemed to consist of only 4 individuals and a strange-looking black dragon. They came without a clue and left without a trace, and no one knew where they would appear next. Moreover, what the Good Fortune Saint's son couldn't figure out the most was just how did this other party know the exact position of their Saint race armies? The wild universe was an extremely complex terrain. While this terrain served to shield humanity, it also shielded the Saint race armies. And any information regarding the locations of the Saint race forces was the highest military secret of the Saint race. Sometimes, this information wasn't even recorded in jade slips. This was because every army was continuously traveling and their positions were only revealed when the commanders contacted each other, and this was also only during times they needed to coordinate their movements. In other words, this information was all stored in the minds of the army commanders, so how would the mysterious person know this information? This person, just who could they be? The good fortune Saint Sun wanted to go out and eliminate this trouble himself, but he couldn't give up on Xiao Moxian when he was so close to obtaining her. In the end, the good fortune Saint Sun grit his teeth and endured the frustration. The appearance of the mysterious force only caused him to hasten his search. But at this time, Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, and Dark Moon, who were facing off against Mount Potala, suddenly left Potala Galaxy in secret. They rode a spirit ship, flying towards the rear of the Saint Race armies. And what they brought with them was the main force of the Saint Race's Legion of Famine, 2,500 World Kings and 60,000 Holy Lord. The remaining Legion of Famine and the 4 Peak Empyreans were more than enough to guide the troops and destroy their enemies in Potala Galaxy. As for Fairy Blue Lotus and the others, they planned to use lightning-quick methods to find this mysterious force and then kill them off. Chapter 2017, Fairy Blue Lotus. Chapter 2017, Fairy Blue Lotus. When it came to the war that the saints began in the wild universe, even humanity had to acknowledge that compared to the saints themselves, humanity's strength was no different from an egg to a stone. For the last 6,000+ years, humanity had been making many preparations. But these preparations mostly consisted of array formations and layouts in order to conceal and hide, and to engage the saints in guerrilla warfare. As for truly increasing their strength, not much occurred. This was because the last 6,000 some years of time was simply far too short when compared to a martial artist that could live for tens of millions of years. However, as humans became stronger, the saints also became stronger. The war in the wild universe had gone on for several hundred years. The saints had several great mountains that pressed down upon humanity, crushing them and leaving them gasping for breath. The first mountain was the Saint Race's 3 true divinities. The second mountain was the nearly immortal and indestructible Famine, a being that could swallow the heavenly Tao laws, carve a way through the god-lamenting wall, and during its peak, was rumored to not be much weaker than the Azura Roadmaster in strength. This was the horrifying abyssal demon that not even the Empyrean divine seal of the past had been able to destroy, even at the cost of burning away his own life and using numerous human powerhouses as a blood sacrifice. Facing Famine, humanity simply couldn't summon the courage to engage it frontally. As for the third mountain, that was something that came from Famine, the Legion of Famine. The first 2 mountains could be called threats. They were existences that were placed there so humans could feel a nearly insurmountable distance between them, so that humanity would lose all resistance and confidence to strike back. As for the third mountain, the Legion of Famine, that was the true executioner that would strangle humanity to death. In these past hundreds of years, countless human masters had died to the Legion of Famine. The Legion of Famine was proficient in battle arrays. In crucial moments they could undergo body metamorphosis so that every single member of their legion leapt up an entire rank in combat strength. In addition, they were led by the 5 Saint Generals as well as many Peak Empyreans. They were the absolute nightmare of the human Empyrean influences. Outside of Empyrean Divine Dream, Mount Potala and the Primal God Race were the 2 strongest influences of humanity. But even if they joined forces, they could only engage the Legion of Famine in guerrilla war. They simply weren't able to directly fight them, not even once. Fortunately, producing even a single member of the Legion of Famine wasn't easy at all. First, one had to willingly become part of the Legion of Famine. Only a minor portion of Saint Race Masters were willing to do this. Many Saint powerhouses were unable to accept such strange changes occurring in their bodies, and they were worried that they would be controlled by the good fortune Saint Sovereign in the future. The Saint Empyreans were especially worried. Secondly, one required the flesh and blood essence of Famine, and this required consuming a tremendous amount of energy from Famine itself. And the higher quality the flesh and blood essence, the more energy it required to produce. For instance, To branch out flesh and blood essence that could be used by great world kings and empyreans, this would greatly consume the energy of Famine's body. The good fortune Saint Sovereign would not produce such flesh and blood essence in unlimited amounts. Thus, through the accumulation of all these years, the Legion of Famine consisted of around 100,000 members. Currently over half of them and all the elites had gathered in Blood Cloud Galaxy, awaiting the hunt. As the captain of this hunt, that was Fairy Blue Lotus. The influence that was originally stationed at Blood Cloud Galaxy had already been taken over by Fairy Blue Lotus. At this time, in a grand hall, Fairy Blue Lotus was holding a simple military meeting. "Are you sure that person will come to Blood Cloud Galaxy?" Across an ash-grey table, a man with thick red hair and red armor spoke with a rumbling voice. This man was the same as an iron tower, and even if he were to sit in a chair he would still be half a head taller than most other people. If he were to stand up, he would be 15 feet high. He was simply a giant. This man's wild and thick mane of red hair swished around him, making him seem like an angry lion. Near his hands, a red great sword was placed there. This great sword had a hilt that was over 3 feet long, and it was almost impossible for an average person to wrap their hands around it. But the red-haired man used this great sword with one hand and also used two of them. This man was Astral Vault God King's direct disciple, High Sun, and at this time, a young girl was sitting on the man's shoulder. This young girl was extremely peculiar. Even though there was a chair available to her, she still chose to sit on the man's shoulder. Moreover, she had always done this. The two of them were nearly inseparable. She served as a complete contrast to the man. She was small and delicate, cute and tiny, and her body was slender and her legs thin and straight. Her hips were narrow and her chest might not be bulging, but they were still beautifully sized. Her face also neared perfection. Compared to the average saint race girl, she was much shorter. As she wore her Viridian clothes and had a set of exquisitely fine war armor, she looked like a pixie from a drawing, mystical and spiritual. This young girl was High Sun's little sister, Dark Moon. The two of them were considered young elites of the saint race. Although their talent was inferior to Fairy Blue Lotus's, they were skilled in combining their attacks. Once they joined forces, even Fairy Blue Lotus would be hard-pressed to resist them. There's no way for me to be absolutely sure, but we have no other choice. Fairy Blue Lotus gently pointed at an array disk in front of her. Then, in front of them, a complete space map projection appeared. The last galaxy base that this mysterious person destroyed was the Ancient Rhythm Galaxy. Ancient Rhythm Galaxy has 5 neighboring galaxies that it borders, but only the Red Yarn Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy have recently undertaken military operations that coordinated with the Ancient Rhythm Galaxy in the last month. Many Empyrean influences would have their positions change as they continue their search. If I was this mysterious person, then I would choose a nearby galaxy. This is to prevent a scene where the enemy would have already disappeared by the time I arrived. As for Red Yarn Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy, Red Yarn Galaxy has greater overall military strength and their Empyreans are also stronger. According to my simple understanding towards this mysterious person, he is extremely confident in his own strength. Moreover, his goal seems to be to stir up as much chaos in the shortest time possible. If so, then he should go towards the place where there are more people and stronger people. Red Yarn Galaxy and Golden Cicada Galaxy are close to each other. Just now, I already had the people of Blood Cloud Galaxy contact Empyrean Blue Cosmos in the Red Yarn Galaxy so that he knows of our coordinates in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. I believe that in several days, that mysterious person will appear in the Red Yarn Galaxy and completely destroy our base there. After that, he will use the special method he's been using to obtain information regarding our position. Afterwards, it will be impossible for him to let the big piece of fat that is the Blood Cloud Galaxy get away. After all, out of the neighboring galaxies, it is the one with the most saint race forces gathered. With his confidence, I believe he will not make another choice. The only thing I don't understand now is just what method he is using to obtain his information. To search the soul of an Empyrean that has an incredibly powerful spiritual sea isn't easy at all. Fairy Blue Lotus calmly revealed her plan, and this plan left those who heard it in fearful apprehension. Are you saying that you will sacrifice our troops in the Red Young Galaxy? High Sun frowned. Sometimes sacrifices were required in war. But Fairy Blue Lotus had spoken with such cold indifference, to the point that it seemed perfectly natural to her. Her words and tone left High Sun feeling uncomfortable. And indeed, such a cold-blooded Fairy Blue Lotus was truly the most qualified commander to lead the battlefield. War had never been about ideals or benevolence or justice, but was a slaughter that involved the most brutal and despicable means, where one resorted to any means possible to win. We have no other choice. I also thought of deploying our forces to Red Young Galaxy, but we just don't have the time. We can only sacrifice Red Young Galaxy so that they can strive to give us more time. Although these actions may seem a bit callous and brutal, you should all be aware that if we don't remove that mysterious person as soon as possible, then the losses to our armies will only be greater. Very well. High Sun shook his head, speechless. Dark Moon giggled. What little sister Blue Lotus says is true. But, are you sure that the Legion of Famine can kill him? There are no absolutes in this world. I can only say that our chances are extremely high. I estimate that this mysterious person has strength nearing the true divinity realm. If so, then peak Empyreans cannot do anything to him. Even if we gathered 4 peak Empyreans in addition to ourselves, although we could join forces and defeat him, we couldn't keep him from fleeing. Are you sure he isn't a true divinity? Dark Moon asked with interest. The possibility is low. Fairy Blue Lotus shook her head. In the 33 heavens, there are far too few true divinities. Us saints control 7 heavens, and in the last several hundred millions of years, we have only had 3 true divinities appear in our ranks. As for the humans with their one universe, it is already extraordinary that they could have a single true divinity in Divine Dream. For another true divinity to appear, and also one that came from nowhere, this is a nearly impossible possibility. This is the first reason. The second reason is that this war in the wild universe has gone on for several hundred years, yet this opponent has only appeared now. This is the greatest proof that he is not a true divinity-level powerhouse. When the good fortune Saint Sun directed the saints to advance into the wild universe, Divine Dream remained hidden in a concealing array formation, not daring to emerge. It was only when His Majesty the Saint Sovereign lost his patience and entered into seclusion to swallow up the 9 divine shifts Heavenly Tao did Divine Dream appear and then begin engaging in guerrilla warfare with my Honorable Master and Senior Astral Vault God King. Likewise, it was only after my Honorable Master and Senior Astral Vault God King were distracted did this mysterious person choose to appear. This means that he is someone who can be treated seriously by a true divinity powerhouse, but his strength isn't high enough to do battle with a true divinity. The greatest possibility is that he is some unrivaled genius who is sure to become a true divinity in the future. Thus, he is afraid that a true divinity will come and kill him and only takes action at this key moment to cause confusion and divert our attention. If he truly is a true divinity, then he should be above killing ordinary Empyreans and causing such minor chaos. In other words, if we use the Legion of Famine, then we will already be in an invincible position. And, with the aid of the God-locking array and the God-destroying array, and also the use of the ultimate war strength of the Famine body metamorphosis, killing this mysterious person is already over 80% assured. Fairy Blue Lotus explained in a single breath. Her words were wise and reasonable, and those present couldn't help but be convinced. Amazing, truly amazing. Suddenly, the door to the meeting hall opened. A beautiful youth clapped his hands and walked in. An evil smirk hung across his face, and his dark hair and pale skin were exquisite enough to arouse the envy of women. Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus is truly a heroine amongst us all. I must say that if Fairy Blue Lotus were to replace my useless Senior Apprentice brother and take control of Famine's avatar as well as wield the supreme authority of the war effort in the wild universe, then humanity would have already perished by now. Hearing this beautiful youth's praise, Fairy Blue Lotus frowned. At this time, there was only one person with the authority to enter this highest-level military meeting room in the Red Cloud Galaxy and who was also hostile to the good fortune Saint Sun. This was the last of the 5 Saint Generals, Imperial Prince Shishan. Chapter 2018, Mysterious Ancient Book. Chapter 2018, Mysterious Ancient Book. Fairy Blue Lotus had no good impression of Imperial Prince Shishan. The Good Fortune Saint Palace's two peak disciples, the Good Fortune Saint Sun and Imperial Prince Shishan, were both incredibly ambitious individuals. Both of them were extremely dangerous. Although the Good Fortune Saint Sun was domineering, wildly reckless, and murderous, he had always gone straight to the point and never engaged in little schemes and intrigues. Of course, in Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes, this was entirely because the Good Fortune Saint Sun's combat strength was ridiculously high, thus making it so that his intelligence in certain areas was only average. Yet Imperial Prince Shishan was not only cruel but acutely sinister. He was like a viper always hiding in a bush, leaving Fairy Blue Lotus no choice but to dread him. If Imperial Prince Shishan suddenly appeared here, it was naturally in order to struggle for military merits. He wanted to accumulate more military service merits to become more valuable to the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign in the future. Fairy Blue Lotus coldly eyed Shishan and honestly said, "If you want to join us, then show us what value you have. I don't believe that your strength can pose any threat to this mysterious person." Haha. Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus doesn't beat around the bush. Wonderful. Imperial Prince Shishan chuckled. My strength is naturally far from Senior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus's, and of course the disparity to that mysterious person is even greater. But, as Imperial Shishan spoke, he pulled out a thick black book from his spatial ring and placed it before Fairy Blue Lotus. It was a strange ancient book and the cover had the pattern of a blood-red eye. This eye seemed as if it were alive. No matter what angle it was viewed from, Fairy Blue Lotus felt as if this blood-red eye was staring at her. There were all sorts of mystical patterns surrounding the eye as well as worm-like seals. These seals seemed to be some form of writing, but Fairy Blue Lotus had never seen such writing before. Within the entire 33 heavens, the most ancient writing was likely the common language used by the primal god race and celestial race. But the writings on this black book seemed completely different from that. This was an ancient book filled with mysteries and evil. As Fairy Blue Lotus looked at it, she felt an inexplicable sense of fear and dread, as if there were some contagious and ominous curse lurking within it. This is an ancient book obtained from the Primeval Realm ruins? Fairy Blue Lotus asked. Yes. Imperial Prince Shishan frankly acknowledged. This mysterious ancient book clearly didn't belong to this era, but it contained a disturbing and terrible power. If so, then it could only originate from the Primeval Realm ruins. Imperial Prince Shishan wasn't surprised by Fairy Blue Lotus's guess at all. This book is evil. Hai Sun frowned. This ancient book seemed to possess some kind of demonic charm, calling out for him to open it and peer through its pages. This subconscious feeling of being drawn in and misled by a book left Hai Sun restless. Hehehe. This book that junior apprentice brother Shishan took out really tickles my interest. How about opening it so that we can all take a look? Dark Moon tittered atop Hai Sun's shoulder. Shishan scratched his chin and then shook his head, saying, "It's a shame, but I cannot open this book." These words left everyone startled. Their eyes fell on this ancient book. This book couldn't be opened. Just what was in it? Everyone became increasingly curious. You can join us. Fairy Blue Lotus made her decision. When Shishan took out this ancient book and also poured his astral essence into it, she had already felt the changes in the surrounding energy fluctuations. She clearly sensed the power of this ancient book. Although she didn't want to divide any merits to Shishan, all her plans were based upon the premise that they could kill this mysterious person. If Shishan were here, then their chances of success would rise by another 10%. She naturally wouldn't reject such a condition. In this way, a tight and aggressive deployment of troops began throughout Blood Cloud Galaxy. The Legion of Famine and various array formations were arranged in approximately 10 days. For this mission alone, the Saints had used a total of 108 Empyrean Spirit Treasure level array flag. In order to lay down a 108 Empyrean Spirit Flag God locking array and prevent the mysterious person from escaping, Fairy Blue Lotus also used an unimaginable amount of violet sun crystals, blood demon crystals, and other such energy stones that had been plundered from the wild universe. And just 2 days ago, the mysterious person's sixth strike had begun. As expected, the neighboring Red Young Galaxy had been attacked. The mysterious person's methods were clean and tidy, and the entire Saint Race army stationed within Red Young Galaxy had been wiped away. This also confirmed Fairy Blue Lotus's suspicions. If there wasn't an accident, then in several more days the mysterious person would arrive at this next destination, Blood Cloud Galaxy. The trap had already been laid. Now, the mysterious person simply needed to walk into their own doom. Ha ha ha. Senior apprentice sisters' strategies are truly divine. Hi-Sun laughed. They great formations they arranged could be called an inescapable net through the heavens or earth. He couldn't think of a single scenario in which the mysterious person could escape. I'm really anticipating this battle. With the diversion of the array formations and the coordination of the Legion of Famine, perhaps I can even fight one-on-one against that mysterious person. As Hi-Sun spoke, he slammed his heavy swords together. The clear sound of striking metal rang through the air. As he thought about battling such a master, he felt his blood seething with vivid excitement. On his shoulder, Dark Moon giggled, as if she were also impatient. The battlefield is constantly evolving. No one can accurately predict what will happen. I can only assure that we have the highest possibility of victory. As Fairy Blue Lotus spoke, a faint restlessness stirred up in her heart. She had no idea just where this restlessness came from. It was something that was purely a sixth sense, a feeling against dangers that one felt when the destiny upon their bodies was great enough. However, she had considered her plans repeatedly and couldn't find any flaws in them. She shouldn't be mistaken in her speculations of this mysterious person's strength also. If so, then just where was the problem? Was it related to that ancient book? Fairy Blue Lotus shook her head, not thinking about it any further. After all, she had paid a great price for all these preparations, and it was all in order for this single battle. If she were to give everything up based upon a faint illusory feeling, then that would be far too ridiculous. She could only wait. However, this wait continued for an entire month. That mysterious person still hadn't appeared in the Blood Cloud Galaxy. According to the calculations of previous times, this other party should have come after 10 to 20 days, but they still hadn't arrived. Those within Blood Cloud Galaxy could only impatiently wait. Hi-Sun lifted his two great swords every day and patrolled back and forth across the square of the Heavenly Palace. Once in a while he would look up into the starry skies, and even his lips would turn dry with waiting. After spending so much effort and even sacrificing an Empyrean-level influence to create this trap, if nothing were to come of it, then they would all be made jokes of. He didn't want to be mocked by the good fortune Saint Sun. Junior apprentice Sister Blue Lotus, Hi-Sun frequently ran over to Fairy Blue Lotus's seclusion area, but she would only have a single word to reply to him with. That was, wait. Regarding this, Imperial Prince Shishan simply sat in the commander's hall and stroked the black book in his hands. He didn't ridicule Fairy Blue Lotus over her plans and whether she had misjudged the situation, because he knew that no matter how smart a commander was, it was impossible to perfectly factor in every situation and predict what would occur. At the very least, if he had sat in Fairy Blue Lotus's spot, then he wouldn't have done anything better. However, slowly, after Fairy Blue Lotus left Potala Galaxy, the troop concealing arrays that she had left behind started to arouse the suspicions of Emperor Sokia. The monks of Mount Potala often prayed to Buddha and lived simple lives. They did not excel in war matters. The information that their scouts sent back had many problems that caused Emperor Sokia and Great Limitless Buddha to have difficulties in their analyses of the battlefield. Although many monks believed that the fortresses had been emptied, they were also worried that the truth was that the saints had set up a trap so they would walk into it. At this time, no one dared to recklessly push forwards. Otherwise, if a single error in judgment were to be made, then total annihilation was possible. It was only one day that Emperor Sokia single-handedly rushed into the area controlled by the saint. This could be called the actions of a man with courage and who also trusted in his own skills. Only by himself would he have the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Even if he were to walk into some elaborate trap formed by the saints, he believed that he could retreat. As a result, he discovered that the Legion of Famine, as well as the saint race commanders such as Fairy Blue Lotus, Hi-Sun, and Dark Moon, had long since vanished from their position. Emperor Sokya stirred up a great war in the Saint encampment and even called in the armies of Mount Potala and the primal god race to come help him. But at this time, the remnants of the defeated Saint armies passed through a transmission array that had been prepared beforehand and escaped. Although humanity was successful in this battle, they didn't actually manage to kill many people. Seeing such a scene, Emperor Sokya felt his heart drop to his stomach. This Saint race scum, how could they have emptied out from this area? Battle sovereign to Bargue cursed. The god race and celestial race had coordinated with Mount Potala ahead of time and had prepared to arrive with help. After being suppressed by the saints for so many years and being left without a chance to catch their breaths, they had finally managed to counterattack after a great deal of trouble. But, to find that their fists were hitting nothing but air, this left Bargue feeling unwell. Great Limitless Buddha frowned. He thought for a moment and then slowly said, Amitabha. If this old monk isn't wrong, then Fairy Blue Lotus, High Sun, Dark Moon, and the others have already left with the Saint armies ahead of time and have relocated somewhere else to fight. If there is something they would take so seriously, then that is likely our mysterious benefactor who has appeared in their backlines. Great Limitless Buddha's words left them all feeling chilled. Towards this ally that had appeared from nowhere, they were both curious and grateful. Thanks to this mysterious ally diverting the attention of the saints, humanity had been granted a moment of respite. But if the Legion of Famine were to turn around, then how could this ally, whether it was one person or several people, possibly hope to resist the saints? This was the Legion of Famine, let alone a single person. Even if the entirety of Mount Potala and all its disciples were to be encircled by the Legion of Famine, total annihilation was a possibility. We have to inform him. But just as Bargue spoke these words, he realized how ridiculous they were. They didn't know who this mysterious person was, and he was also thousands of quintillions of miles away. How could they possibly hope to contact him? For a time, the human powerhouses were at a loss of what to do. All their previous happiness had faded away. Now, they could only stare helplessly on as this mysterious person collided with the Legion of Famine. Fairy Blue Lotus is not some common person of her generation. The Legion of Famine's array formations are an inescapable net. With the Legion of Famine being commanded by Fairy Blue Lotus, the war strength they can display is incredibly terrifying. Perhaps, Di Wuhen nervously said. Pray, pray. Great Limitless Buddha began reciting Buddhist scriptures. May Buddha bless him, that it is a blessing and not a curse, and if it is a curse then he can avoid it. But, everything is already in the hands of fate. Chapter 2019, Surrounding Lin Ming. Chapter 2019, Surrounding Lin Ming. When news of the great defeat in Potala Galaxy reached Fairy Blue Lotus, she didn't even ask how high the casualties were. Instead, she simply laid down the combat report jade slip and said to the messenger, I understand. Draw back. Yes. The messenger bowed and then retreated. High Sun watched with wide eyes, already anxious. Another half-month had passed and it had been far too long. What do we do? Junior apprentice Sister Blue Lotus, you must give an answer for this. While we were waiting here for this fellow, we suffered a defeat in Potala Galaxy. That is the same as sticking out our butts and allowing these scumbags to slap us. If anyone learns of this, then we'll be the ones laughed to death, and that good fortune Saint Sun will definitely use this matter against us. Do we just continue waiting here? High Sun had a short temper and was someone who liked going directly to the point. To discard Potala Galaxy like this, and not because they lacked the strength but because they threw it away on their own initiative, was something that left him feeling aggrieved. Could you be wanting to kill your way back to Potala Galaxy so you can recover some of your face? Fairy Blue Lotus rhetorically asked, her question leaving High Sun choked. We will continue waiting. Fairy Blue Lotus continued. A brilliant hunter needed not only accurate marksmanship but also sufficient patience. Then, High Sun left. It wasn't just High Sun, but even the holy lords and world kings in the Legion of Famine were anxious. Their Legion of Famine was prestigious, with a list of illustrious merits behind them. Since when had they suffered such humiliation before? Only Imperial Prince Shishan seemed completely uncaring about what occurred in Potala Galaxy and Blood Cloud Galaxy. He would calmly twiddle with the nameless ancient book in his hands, occasionally looking at the eye on its cover as a strange smile spread over his face. Time always seemed longer than usual when waiting. In particular, waiting for unclear results after betting everything on a single toss of the dice was bound to leave one flustered. Finally, a month and 20 days had passed. On this day, the fidgety High Sun raised his swords and began patrolling around the heavenly palace. As for the members of the Legion of Famine, they idled away their time around the array formations, some of them cultivating and some of them resting. Even for a great world king, it was impossible to manage an array formation for months on end without moving a single step. The bright sun began fading across the shadow of a planet. Just as High Sun thought he had wasted yet another day, a horrifying explosion suddenly echoed throughout Blood Cloud Galaxy, reverberating through the edges of the heavenly palace. Bang! Using heaven and earth origin energy as a medium, a horrifying sound wave spread out, directly crushing apart the heavenly palace's astral essence barriers. Dark snakes of fire swept out. Flows of dreadful chaotic energy surged into the skies, crudely smashing apart approaching Saint Spirit ships. At the same time, a resounding dragon's cry boomed through the world like endless billowing thunder, blasting through the horizons. Enemy strike! Warnings sounded throughout the heavenly palace. Seeing this terrifying explosion and hearing the ear-piercing alarm, High Sun wasn't surprised or panicked at all. On the contrary, he was so happy that he hopped upwards. "You bastard, I've already waiting a boring 50 days for you and now you've finally come. I will show you just how bad my temper can be." High Sun drew his two great swords and rushed out. In the direction of the Saint Race Heavenly Palace's Grand Hall, Fairy Blue Lotus also stood up. Although she had appeared extremely calm these past days, the truth was that she was also fervently hoping this mysterious person would appear. Otherwise, all of her efforts and even her cold-blooded sacrifice of a Saint Race Empyrean influence would be denounced by all others. Though she was indifferent, she still needed others to recognize her. Fairy Blue Lotus wasn't flustered. She released her divine sense and carefully probed outwards. It's him. The truth was that she didn't need to use her sense. Just by looking through the crystalline windows, she could make out that demonic black dragon that was over 1,000 miles long as well as the black-clothed youth who stood above its head. In that moment, across the far-off distance, the eyes of Fairy Blue Lotus and the eyes of the youth who stood atop the demonic black dragon suddenly met. They looked at each other, as if completely ignoring the distance through space. Fairy Blue Lotus even thought that at this moment, she was only separated from this mysterious man by a single table, both of them standing in this grand hall. She even felt as if she could see her own image clearly reflected in this other person's pupils. His eyes were like a bottomless abyss, tunnels that led to another universe, another world, as if another endless space and time were dwelling within them. Fairy Blue Lotus immediately felt her heart shake. Just who was this person? Where had he come from? She couldn't see through his cultivation but could be absolutely sure that he wasn't a true divinity. She suddenly closed her eyes and severed that mysterious spiritual connection between her and the black-clothed man. He's discovered me. Fairy Blue Lotus's eyelids jumped back up. This black-clothed man exuded an unfathomable feeling. Although he wasn't a true divinity, the pressure he emitted was no less than that of a true divinity. Even through all this chaos, even with so many enemies, this opponent had managed to see into her secret chambers, piercing through the layers of force fields and protective barriers to see her. Just how keen must his sense be? Fairy Blue Lotus realized that even though the Legion of Famine was invincible in this battle, it still wouldn't be easy. And with things having reached this stage, they had already leapt past the point of no return. There was no choice but to continue marching onward. Line up. Fairy Blue Lotus's simple and elegant voice was like the cry of a phoenix, rapidly spreading over everyone around her. At the same time, she leapt upwards and broke past the vault of the heavenly palace. Like a fairy of the wind, she suddenly appeared in the skies. Behind Fairy Blue Lotus, Imperial Prince Shishan also appeared. The strange black book was in his hands. As for High Sun, the muscles on his arms had already bulged outwards, ready for battle. The blood vessels on his arms twisted like thick earthworms about to explode at any moment. Although he fervently wished to rush towards this mysterious person and battle them, he tamped down his impatience. He realized that he wasn't a match for this fellow. Shua. 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 Without warning, throughout different places of the Saint Race Heavenly Palace, 108 array flags suddenly appeared. These array flags were all pitch black with a blood-red dragon drawn upon them. This was the design of Famine's tentacles. These 108 array flags were separately controlled in the hands of 108 Great World Kings. Lin Ming didn't need to look to know that these 108 Great World Kings were all members of the Legion of Famine. This was because he could feel the flesh and blood essence of famine within their bodies. As these 108 array flags and the Legion of Famine suddenly appeared, Fairy Blue Lotus's brilliant eyes stared at Lin Ming. She wanted to see the panic that flashed through his eyes so that he understood he had walked into a trap. No matter how calm a person was, it was impossible for them to not feel any panic or trepidation upon learning they had entered into a death trap. Moreover, this trap was laid down by the elites of the Legion of Famine. Even if someone more powerful than Emperor Sokia were to appear here, as long as they weren't at the true divinity level, then they couldn't escape even if they had wings. But she was left disappointed. This mysterious person continued standing atop the dragon. His body was straight and sharp like a spear. No matter what explosions rang around him or much how chaotic energy there was, or how those 108 array flags flapped against the wind, his expression remained calm. Seeing this, Fairy Blue Lotus felt her heart suddenly sink. The truth was that a month ago, Lin Ming had already arrived at Blood Cloud Galaxy. In these past days he had stirred up storms and shaken up the rear of the Saint armies. Although his actions seemed wild and reckless, he was in fact incredibly careful in his movements. Before he attacked a place, he would use his sense to investigate the area. Fairy Blue Lotus was a qualified general and she wouldn't commit such a low-level mistake like exposing her trap. She had gathered the power of the Legion of Famine and deployed concealing array formations all over to carefully hide away her trap. No matter how amazing Lin Ming's divine sense was, as long as he wasn't a true divinity, then he wouldn't be able to discover anything. If anyone else had come, then they would have fallen for this trap and Fairy Blue Lotus would have smoothly completed her plan to encircle and kill them. But what a pity, her opponent was Lin Ming. Besides investigating with his divine sense, Lin Ming also had another special ability that Fairy Blue Lotus would never have expected no matter what. That was that he possessed an acute sensitivity towards the flesh and blood of famine. As long as he was within a certain range, then with the soul of famine within him as well as his proficiency in using the power of demons, Lin Ming could penetrate past the countless array formations to sense the existence of the flesh and blood of famine. And if Lin Ming left his own spirit mark in the flesh and blood of famine, then he could feel this distance no matter how far away it was. This was an elite Legion of Famine with approximately 2,500 world kings and 60,000 holy lords. But in Lin Ming's eyes, these people were like 62,500 red spheres of light that glowed in the skies, scattered through the heart of the Saint Race Heavenly Palace. They were no different from blazingly bright stars that shined in the night sky. Lin Ming could even judge the size and brightness of these red spheres of light to judge how much demon essence was contained within them. Thus, from this, he could infer the strength of the powerhouses that had fused with the flesh and blood of famine. Although Lin Ming didn't fear the Legion of Famine, he still had to remain vigilant against the Saint Race's trap. He had secretly investigated this trap that was prepared for him, and in these past days he had seen the flustered look in the eyes of Hai Sun and the others. At this time, Lin Ming and Fairy Blue Lotus stared at each other. Fairy Blue Lotus felt a restlessness surge in her heart. She knew that this mysterious person wasn't faking his calm. Could this person have already discovered her trap? How was that possible? She had used the Legion of Famine to lay down a grand formation of concealing arrays. Unless one were a true divinity, it was simply impossible to discover it. At this time, Fairy Blue Lotus no longer had time to think about where the holes in her plan had been. Facing this mysterious party that consisted of one man and one dragon, and where neither of them were true divinities, she couldn't come up with any possible reason for how she could lose here. This was a battle she would win. God-locking array. Seal him up. Fairy Blue Lotus shouted out. 108 great world kings waved their array flags. For a time, demonic energy filled the air with shrieks and howls, as if endless pained spirits were dancing through the air. What was locked in here were the souls of the dead. Flag or streamer-type spirit treasures often sealed away the souls of martial artists to increase their own strength. This was the so-called ghost flag, ghost streamer. When these 108 array flags had been refined, it was unknown just how much blood they had been tainted with. Array flag after array flag exuded a dark energy that connected each one together. Chapter 2020, Counter Control. Chapter 2020, Counter Control. These array flags were spread in all directions. Some were high and some were low, some were above Lin Ming's head and some were below his feet. Black flows of energy connected them together, finally gathering into an incredibly massive net of black light. This net covered Lin Ming and his black dragon within. This was the God-locking array, the first step in Fairy Blue Lotus's trap. It was all done in order to prevent this mysterious person from escaping, so it's a sealing array. Lin Ming looked at this giant black net of light that surrounded him and instantly judged the terrifying energy contained within it. If one didn't have the strength of a true divinity, then it would be impossible to piece through it. In a war that involved two races, peak masters were important figures. But results of war had never been purely decided by the number of masters or whose peak masters were stronger. When several thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of holy lords, world kings, and great world kings joined together in an array formation, the battle strength they could display would be unimaginable, enough to reverse the tide of war. What lay in front of Lin Ming was such a scene. And as the God-locking array was readied, Fairy Blue Lotus shouted out once more, God-killing array. The void began shifting. Winds howled and energy wildly flowed. Outside of the God-locking array, another 72 great world kings emerged, each of them holding a blood-red array disc in their hands. They then stood atop these array discs, as if they were standing on altars stained with blood. As they firmly stood upon 72 spots, the atmosphere within the God-locking array began to change, becoming filled with thick killing intent. This feeling was as if the entire area had become a blood pond of hell. Any martial artist nearby could feel the aura of the God-killing array, making them feel as if their entire bloodline was constrained, making it difficult for them to breathe. This feeling came from just the collateral waves of energy emitting from the God-killing array. It could be imagined just how terrifying a pressure Lin Ming had to withstand within the center. The God-locking array and God-killing array could perfectly fuse together. The God-locking array's three-dimensional sealing capabilities wouldn't block the offensive traits of the God-killing array. Both arrays complemented each other. Lin Ming stood above the head of the black dragon. He slowly drew out the black dragon's spear. This spear had already been modified by Lin Ming and its brilliance had been hidden away. Others shouldn't recognize it, but they should at least be able to see its shape. Spear. Looking at this spear, Fairy Blue Lotus's pupils shrank. Seeing this type of weapon caused her to remember someone from the distant past. Over 6,500 years ago, that person had appeared and forced all young heroic elites of the 33 heavens beneath his feet. Even though Fairy Blue Lotus was deep in seclusion within soaring Feather God Mountain and hadn't left, she had still heard his name. At the time, the saints were at the height of their power and defeating great world kings of humanity one after another. The good fortune Saint Sun suppressed the morale of the humans and even defeated their powerhouses, making it so that they lost any face they had. Although she wasn't willing, she had no choice but to admit that at that time, she was still slightly worse than the good fortune Saint Sun. She knew that whether it came to talent, laws, strength, or potential, she was fully suppressed by Lin Ming. This person, when he was at the mere Holy Lord realm, had caused even her own honorable master to come out of seclusion to personally hunt him down. As this black spear appeared in the hands of the mysterious person, Fairy Blue Lotus inexplicably thought back to Lin Ming. For a moment, she even suspected that this person could be Lin Ming himself. This was simply a thought based purely on her own intuition. Even so, she knew that Lin Ming had already been killed by her master. No matter who you are, you will not leave here today, Fairy Blue Lotus thought to herself. Cold light flashed in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, outside of the god-locking array formed from 108 Great World Kings and the god-killing array formed from 72 Great World Kings, another 1024 World Kings appeared on both sides. This was the equivalent of 2048 ordinary World Kings, all of them pouring strength into the god-locking array and god-killing array. Then, outside of those 2048 World Kings, another 54,000 Holy Lords appeared. The Holy Lords passed their strength into the World Kings, and the strength of those World Kings supported the Great World Kings. Layer upon layer, each layer superimposed on each other. As all of this strength gathered together, a single strike from this would be enough to destroy any existence below a true divinity. Seeing this scene, even though Lin Ming was in an invincible state, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Before now, although Lin Ming had sensed the existence of the Legion of Famine, he had no idea what type of array formations Fairy Blue Lotus had prepared to use against him. Only now when he saw this trap for himself did he understand it was the union of a sealing array and killing array. Moreover, the number of martial artists and the diagram in which they lined up all seemed to resonate with the rules of the heavenly Tao. Though there were 2,500 World Kings and 60,000 Holy Lords, the ones that remained served as replacements. In such a battle there were sure to be some World Kings and Holy Lords that died, and those that died could be substituted with others in order to ensure the array formation maintained its strength. Within the union of this god-locking array and god-killing array, no matter how amazing one's strength was, whether one could burrow into the earth or ascend into the heavens, whether one could fight dragons with their bare hands, all of that was useless. There was simply nowhere to escape. This was a move carefully planned on the basis of his movements, an inescapable net to perfectly trap him. Lin Ming acknowledged that this Fairy Blue Lotus was a formidable opponent. She was able to utilize the Legion of Famine under her control to the limit. If anyone else were there then they would have certainly died. The Legion of Famine is truly terrifying. Such a well-coordinated army had become the meat grinder in the war of the saints against the humans. The number of human martial artists that died to their hands was far greater than those that had died to the Saint Empyreans or Saint True Divinities. When the Legion of Famine swallows the strength of humans, I wonder if they use this method to provide the Saint Sovereign with flesh and blood essence and origin energy. Lin Ming immediately thought. Perhaps the good fortune Saint Sovereign had created the Legion of Famine and produced avatars of famine so that he could use them to separately plunder more flesh and blood, energy, and soul force, all in order to complete his own ambition. At this time he's still remaining so calm and steady. I really hate such people who put on airs even in the face of death. It makes me want to tear off his face. Imperial Prince Shishan casually remarked from nearby Fairy Blue Lotus. He spoke each word as if he were biting them off. He traced his spatial ring and took out the black book inlaid with an eye image. Standing near Imperial Prince Shishan, High Sun and Dark Moon had also prepared themselves, ready to attack at any moment. Junior Apprentice Sister Blue Lotus, why don't you issue an order? I'm getting impatient. High Sun grasped his two swords and slammed them together, their sharp metallic ringing echoing through the air. Fairy Blue Lotus ignored High Sun. She continued looking at Lin Ming, an uneasy feeling continuing to swirl in her heart. She still couldn't think of any hole in her plans. As she determined yet again that there was no problem with the plan she had formed and also confirming that Lin Ming didn't have strength at the true divinity level, Fairy Blue Lotus's eyes began to fill with killing intent. I don't believe you have any chance of reversing the outcome in such a situation. Begin. Fairy Blue Lotus issued an order. In that moment, 54,000 Holy Lords exploded with their greatest strength, pouring it into the bodies of the 2024 World Kings. Then, this increased strength was like limitless waves as the strength of the World Kings pressed further in, slamming into the bodies of the 180 Great World Kings like an endless tide. For a time, it was as if many suns were erupting within the world. All the stars in the skies were covered by this blinding light. Beneath this light, Lin Ming remained as calm as a placid lake. He seemed to swim in the sea of his consciousness. Within the world of his mind, there was endless darkness, and in the dark skies above him glittered 60,000 blood-red stars. All of these stars were close to Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, a blood-red sphere appeared. This sphere had 100 tentacles waving around it like a distorted sun. This was a phantom projected from Famine's soul. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In that instant, a flaming bright divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Tens of thousands of soul force fluctuations gushed out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea, all of them shooting towards the surrounding 60,000 red stars. Puff, puff. As this soul force shot into the center of these stars and pierced through their spiritual seas, all sorts of chaotic and complex information flooded into Lin Ming. Pa. Lin Ming violently trembled. It was like 10 million thunderbolts had crashed near his ears. His face paled and he felt his spiritual sea nearly fall into delusion. This was the terrifying impact of colliding with 60,000 soul forces. Although Lin Ming had prepared himself, he still felt as if his soul would be crushed to pieces. Blue veins stuck out on his forehead. He withstood this soul-rending pain and then completely suppressed all of this soul force, placing them beneath the yoke of his will one at a time. To control 60,000 individuals simultaneously was an extremely difficult challenge for Lin Ming. He had undergone 6 reincarnations and had tempered himself for thousands of years. His soul sea had long since become ridiculously powerful. In addition, after fusing with the soul of Famine, the depth and width of his spiritual sea had increased 10 times over. It was only with all of this that Lin Ming managed to smoothly accomplish what he did, regardless of the pain he felt. All of this chaos that occurred within his spiritual sea was in reality just a mere instant. As the energy accumulated within the God-killing array and God-locking array reached the limit, everyone thought that Lin Ming would be blasted to bits. But then, the giant array formation suddenly reversed. The wild and tyrannical strength within suddenly flushed outwards, crazily radiating into the world. It was like a supernova had gone off in the center of the array formation. This horrifying energy cut through the world like endless divine swords, sweeping through 1 trillion miles of space. What? Imperial Prince Shishan originally had a sly and demonic smile on his face, but now, all of that had been replaced by shock as he was no longer able to maintain his calm. He cried out in misery as the black book in his hands emitted a black and red light that covered and protected him. Nearby, Fairy Blue Lotus also immediately paled. She drew backwards as she formed sign after sign with her hands. A giant blue lotus appeared around her, protecting her. As for Hai Sun, who had already warmed himself up and was waiting to rush in after the giant explosion, as he saw this supernova which covered the world, he was completely panic-stricken, unable to determine just what was occurring. "Fool, hurry and block it," Dark Moon shouted at Hai Sun, her complexion already changing colors. Hai Sun then responded, bringing up Hai two great swords and crossing them together, forming a cross of astral essence to protect himself. However, because he was just a step too slow, there was a single ringing explosion as his astral essence shield burst apart. His bear-like body tumbled away and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.